Welcome to the SAGU Sports Network. My name is Adam Ferguson, joined by my broadcast partner, Tim Roberts, alongside Vince DeLisio, live coming at you from Waxahachie, Texas at Lumpkin Stadium in a hot one. But hey, you know, it's hard to be in a bad mood. Football is back, baby. We're in full spring.
I was about to say, yeah, the crisp autumn breeze blows through the trees. It's 95 degrees and 100% humidity. You don't even care. Football is back. College football is back. It's a Saturday evening, and we're loving it.
It's the best time of the year. I think I can speak for us all. Well, like I said, joined by my partner, Tim Roberts, and from Varsity Sports Show, Vince DeLisio. Vince, how are we doing today?
Man, we are doing great. You know, it's so good to see you guys. It's like, I feel like it's the yin and yang of NAIA football back. I feel like I'm in a safe place again that I can see you guys.
Well, I don't know about yin and yang, but you know what? I'll take it anyway I can get. Vince is one of our resident NAIA experts. Tim and I cover the Sooner Athletic Conference from dusk till dawn, but Vince is our guy when it comes to NAIA across the country. So let's start today's broadcast. Let's talk about the NAIA. The top 25 comes out every season. It's a little bit different. They don't do it every week, but, you know, I'm a sucker for rankings. So let's talk about these top 25. Let's start at the top. I mean, year in and year out, we see the same teams at the top. Morningside's always up there. Lindsey Wilson's always up there. Vince, what can you expect here from the top five? Are they the usual suspects, or are there going to be any surprises?
You guys going to beat me up again here? You know, yeah, it is. No, truly is the usual suspects that we see. I mean, there's something in the sauce. These guys are doing something right, and they deservedly so. They're back up, you know, again.
And when it comes to the NAIA, it's almost a little bit, I don't want to compare it directly to the NCAA, but you got your Alabamas, you got your Ohio States, you got the guys that are at the top every year, and it's almost the same thing for the NAIA. Those guys, those teams up at the top, they're seemingly in the finals almost every season. But for the first time in NAIA history, a Sooner Athletic Conference team has cracked the top 10 of the top 25, and that is Ottawa of Arizona. Vince, you're out in Arizona. Tell us a little bit about this Ottawa team.
So it all starts and ends with one guy, head coach Mike Nesbitt. This guy has seen and done it all. He was an NFL punter, of all things. He used to sneak into the offensive meeting rooms when he played in the NFL and picked up his, you know, he is not only the offensive coordinator of this team, he is the special teams coordinator. He is the spiritual guide, and everything starts and ends with him. His players love him. The community has embraced him. He's a great person, and he just attracts great people to his program. And notwithstanding this year, while it could be seen as a rebuilding year for these guys because they lost Austin McCullough, the heart and soul of this team, the offense, some other key positions through the years, that Shamar Moore, you know, their top tailback and return specialist, they're loaded coming back. The one question with these guys is actually two questions. Number one, you win the Sooner, how does it fare in that first round of the playoffs? Because you win the Sooner, chances are you're going to be seeded, you know, 14, 15, 16 due to potentially strength of schedule. And number two, who's going to be the quarterback of this team?
Now, you talk about strength of schedule and that Sooner, and it's something that we've talked about historically. You know, the winner does end up making the final playoff bracket, but they are typically around that 14, 15, 16 range. There are three other teams receiving votes. So the Sooner Athletic Conference is starting to get a little bit of clout here in the top 25. How much does that help Ottawa's chances if Ottawa does indeed run the table and win the conference?
I think it does because, you know, obviously you have other teams in the conference that are in the top tier. In the Sooner Conference, guys, it's a new conference, even, you know, only being 3 to 4 years old. So the teams that have kind of been clumped together here, now they're starting to get into a feel of this new conference and how it works and the parity within the conference. And so now you're starting to see the Arizona Christians that year in and year out are putting together some competitive programs, which is, you know, Ottawa's neighbor 5 miles away. You've got Texas Wesleyan now all of a sudden that's really making a splash. Langston has always been a steady force. And then you've got upset specialists like Panhandle State and Lyon College even, you know, will put together a couple of wins here and there that in games that potentially they should have lost.
I'm going to put us all on the spot here. We love predictions. We love rankings. It's one of the things that we have in common here at the SAGU Sports Network. Tim, way too early predictions for your national championship.
Oh, gosh.
Or just champion.
Yeah,
just go champion.
But I mean, if you're looking further than Morningside, you hate to just throw them the bone again. But I mean, it'd be like saying right now, picking Alabama to miss the college football playoff. I mean, you'd feel stupid not doing it. I will say already, Reinhardt went down today.
Yep.
Number 9 Reinhardt went down today. So maybe that's just a sign that there's something crazy in the air this year. But at the moment, I don't know how you go against Morningside.
What a beautiful segue, because I don't know how you go against Morningside either. But Vince, let's hear from you. What are you thinking?
Come on, you guys are the guys that when you go to Dairy Queen, you order a soft serve with nothing on it. Come on. Take a chance once in a while, put the job on the line. I say it's Grandview. And the reason why I say it's Grandview, and I've talked to these coaches, they love right where they're at. They love being in that number 2 spot as the upset specialist. Expectations are down a little bit, but this is a program that is just a heartbeat away from getting it done year in and year out. And when you've got some of the top players in the country that consistently are going into this program, coming out of this program, and arguably the best quarterback in the country, and a guy by the name of Johnny Sullivan, very underrated, that you can't deny him, and you got to take a chance.
Got to take a chance. I'm going Morningside. I'm not taking that chance. I'm going to go Morningside. Vince does make a very strong case, but like you said, I like my soft serve plain, apparently. First game of the season here for the SAGU Lions. It's a new culture here, as we will talk a little bit about later with a new head coach. But let's go right now to our field reporter, Jazz, for the field update down there on Lumpkin Stadium. Jazz, down to you.
Thanks, Adam. It's that time of year again. College football is back, and the Lions are here at Lumpkin Stadium preparing for their first non-conference game against the Louisiana Christian Wildcats. It's been a little bit slippery throughout the week with the downpour of rain, but as of today, it's sunny skies, which makes a great day for college football. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Jazz. Welcome back. Vince still with us here on the SAGU Sports Network pre-show. We move from the NAIA down a scale a little bit to the Sooner Athletic Conference. Now, it's been a busy week. It is the best time of the year. Football is back, and like I said before, we love our predictions. So, last week, football did start. It's not day one. It's not weekend one. Football did start last week for a few teams. Lion picks up their first win of the season, defeating Missouri Baptist 24-12. And forgive me for this one, but Texas Wesleyan with a 54-0 shutout of Arkansas. Right, I'm not sure. I'm giving it a shot. And then Friends from Kansas defeats OPSU 31-14. So Student Athletic Conference last week, 2-1 overall. Good start to the season. I would say for those programs, you got to be happy with how they go.
When that's, I don't think they expected to lose that one,
right,
but that's just kind of getting that train moving for their huge matchup tonight that we'll get to in just a moment.
Absolutely. So, Vince, the conference, not every game is a Sooner Athletic Conference game. Wayland Baptist played earlier today. Now, you just got to bear with us and trust us that our predictions were made like 6 days ago. We didn't make them after. Hardin Simmons against Wayland Baptist. I picked Hardin Simmons. Tim, I know you and Vince were the same here. There's
scoreboard show today, they clearly were. And again, we promise these picks came in Monday or Tuesday. So yeah, we're all 1-0. How about that?
What a start. And then right as we kick off here from Lumpkins, OPSU at Langston, just Oklahoma, OPSU at Langston. I went with Langston. In games, so I'm going Langston.
Absolutely, Langston as well. Kind of like last year, they got a kind of a slow start to the season, a bunch of easy season, but I think for sure they get this win.
Langston, Coach Quentin Morgan has established a culture of winning there and winning consistently, and it's Langston all the way.
And at Lion, I went Ottawa of Arizona. Ottawa of Arizona is with Ottawa of Arizona. Tim?
It's a little bit of a drive out there to Louisiana, but I don't think it's going to affect them too much. Ottawa of Arizona definitely gets the win tonight.
Here, although I will say this, Casey Crehan, the coach out at Lion, is Mr. Upset Special. It should be Ottawa.
The 7 o'clock game, Texas College at Arkansas Baptist, two teams that we don't know former school of our current head coach here at SAGU, Greg Ellis. Tim, what did you see here?
This game, Texas College has not had a win since 2019. Going to Arkansas Baptist and get a W.
See that be the final line score in that game. Vince, how about you?
Go play football at Texas College?
They do. And that's really all. Limited resources that we can look at those schools. The big one at Ottawa of Arizona as the Sooner Athletic Conference champions. This Sooner Athletic Conference champions just breed good athletes and good athletic Rams to beat Arizona Christian on the road.
Winner of this conference more tonight, but man, I'm going the Rams as well. We've been saying for 3 years now they're going to establish long. I'm picking the Rams for just knowing that quarterback over there.
Week 1. Vince, how about you? Who do you got in this matchup?
I think is really contending. If this game were at Texas Wesleyan, this would be with all back and represent out and just.
And lastly, the game here, Louisiana Christian start the season off strong.
Louisiana, however, you have
your kindness never fading. Jesus, you're always with me. You're always with me.
SAGU Sports Network. Today, we see the Louisiana Christian University come to SAGU here in Waxahachie. Let's start with the away team, Tim. Keys to the game. What do they have to do to walk out of Waxahachie with a win?
It starts with consistency. Consistency. This is a team last year that they hung with SAGU to the final seconds. They hung real tight with Arizona Christian, and then they stunned Langston to upend the entire Sooner championship race. However, they also got blown out by Ottawa. They got blown out by Texas Wesleyan, and they lost to Lyon the week after they beat the Langston Lions, And so it really just comes down to putting that best team on the field every single week. To be a winning football program, to be a team that's trying to get in that upper echelon, you got to be that team every single week, not just every other week. Second thing to look at for them, why were they 4-7 last year? When you look at their stats, they matched up evenly across the board with every opponent they played. I think look a little bit at this deeper stat. They were one of the worst red zone defenses in the NAIA. They allowed, if you got to the Wildcat red zone, you scored a touchdown 81% of the time. That would have been the best team in the nation if it was one single team. Also, that's considering that in one game, they actually stopped an opponent 4 times on 8 red zone trips. So you take the other 10 games or so, and that number is probably pushing 90%. You've got to tighten up in the red zone. You've got to be a better red zone team. You can't be letting touchdowns happen like that. At least make them settle for field goals or field goal attempts. Lastly, the key to the game for the night, stack the box. Make the Lions beat you with Keaton Dudek. Line up, just challenge him and challenge a young quarterback to go around and beat you instead. Yeah, it really comes down to that. If Keaton Duda's going for 150 yards today, 175 yards, you're in trouble. You keep him down to earth around 85, 90, you're very much in this game.
Let's go to the other side. SAGU, the home team, they're the home opener today. What they have to do, and this is one of the things we got to look at or keep an eye out with Briley Green, brand new quarterback. We had very good quarterback play last year, and we just frankly don't know what we're going to get going into this season. And key number one, and this should be a key for any game, but more so in the first game of his college career for Briley Green, is don't turn the ball over. Play mistake-free football. Turnovers are going to kill you in a game like this. We talked a lot about Louisiana last season. They looked like a team that was ready to compete in a lot of games. They didn't look like a team that was kind of just starting and getting their feet wet. They looked like they could compete from day one. So you want to make sure that you're keeping everything in control that you can control. So don't turn the ball over. We're going to see a lot of Keaton Dudick, and he's got to keep the ball in his arms. Don't put the ball on the ground. We don't see him fumble all that often, but in every aspect of the game, it is the first game. It tends to be a little bit rusty. Play clean. Don't turn the ball over. And then on the other side, the penalties. And this is something that we see every season, is SAGU comes in a little bit unhinged, and we see a lot of penalties that kill drives or extend your opponent's drives. Personal fouls, defensive holding. I get you talk about penalties that happen during the play being excusable. You can understand that. It's the penalties that happen after or before the play that ends up hurting the SAGU Lions, and it seems to happen every season. So we'll see how disciplined this team can be under new head coach Greg Ellis. And then, speaking of Greg Ellis, defensive-minded coach coming into the program, we're seeing a new defense. We traditionally saw the 4-3 defense, 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers. They're switching it up a little bit, going 3-4, 3 down linemen, 4 linebackers. You do see that a lot in the NFL, so I think maybe we're getting a feel for an NFL-style defense here with Coach Ellis. We'll talk a little bit about some of the players that need to help make that work, but from what we hear, the defense is fast, is fast. They make fast people look not fast, is from what we're hearing from all accounts on this defense. So look for them to fly to the ball, a lot of gang tackling, a lot of getting after the quarterback. This defense is made to pass rush. So I think we're going to have a lot of fun watching this new defense. And now we're going to go down to our field reporter, Jazz Williams, who is with head coach Greg Ellis. Jazz, down to you.
Thanks, Adam. Coach, it is your first game as head coach for SAGU. What are your expectations coming for this season?
Well, first game, nobody know what they truly have, and so you just want to get out there and mix it up a little bit and see how your team will perform. And the other team is having the same kind of issues, not knowing what their team is capable of doing. So just go out there, stick to the basics, kind of start out real easy for all the players, allow them to play fast. So that's what the expectations is as we start out.
The Wildcats have some offensive firepower with the dynamic duo of Palermo and Dunn. How will y'all's defense contain this duo?
Well, you assuming we're going to contain them, so hopefully you're right. We just want to get to the football. We teach technique, we teach how to fit and all that kind of stuff, but nothing can substitute for effort and just busting your butt to get to the football. So that's what we tell our kids is like, hey, man, you may make a mistake, but get to the football.
With the time that you've had with your Lions, who do you expect to shine through and lead the team on and off the field this season?
Well, I would accept anybody shining through. I think we got a lot of talented young men on the team. At quarterback, we're young. I would love for Briley to step up and have a terrific game today. So I would like and hope that we can say he's going to be one of the guys that step up and shine through, as you said. Dudick, our running back, I think everybody knows what he means to our football team and across the country, to be honest with you. Some good defensive players. Beltram, we're expecting a good day out of him. So those 3 guys step up and do something good. I think, it'll help our team.
Thanks, Coach, and good luck. Back to you, Adam.
College in the Wildcats.
Yeah, let's go through their 3 key players. And like I said, starting everything a single year fresh, all you can go off is 2021. But they have some guys who had some really breakout 2021 season. Starting with quarterback Sal Palermo. He actually had his best career in his 3 years of starting. This will be his 4th year as a starter. He had 227 yards passing a game, 15 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and bumped his completion percentage above 50%. It had actually been below the year before. He will need to make those numbers a bit better to get to a winning record. However, he's already shown the signs of improvement, so watch for Sal Palermo today to possibly lead them for this upset over the Lions. Second, wide receiver Micah Dunn. He's one of these awesome super seniors. College is full of them now. You red shirt as a freshman, take an injury shirt, red shirt, COVID red shirt. All of a sudden, you're 37 years old. You're still playing. It's awesome. I love seeing these guys hang around and really hone their craft. But he led the team last year with 654 yards and 32 catches. What's most impressive, though, out of those 32 catches, he had 10 touchdowns.
Wow.
So 1 out of every 3 catches was a touchdown. So he's kind of the big play end zone target for quarterback Palermo.
And almost 20 yards a catch, a little bit over 20 yards a catch.
Yeah,
so you talk about every 3 catches a touchdown, every catch 20 yards. That's some numbers.
He's a guy to keep your eyes on because he can break it big for you. Lastly, defensive back Demario Weathersby. He led the team in tackles last year. 2 seasons ago, he was 3rd team All-Conference. Last year, he was 2nd team All-Conference. Is this the start of a first-team All-Conference year? All these guys, again, have shown improvement year after year, as has this program. If they all stay on that trajectory, if you're watching, a chart, and they all keep going up, this team can go from 4-7 to 7-4.
Absolutely. Now, I love a good segue, and Coach Ellis talked about 2 of the players that I want to talk about today and my SAGU players to watch. The first one is Keaton Dudek. You cannot talk about this offense without talking about All-American, preseason All-Conference running back Keaton Dudek. Led the nation in total yardage last season. So not only a threat to run the ball, is very good coming out of the backfield. Is it possible that we see him get more touches this year than he did last year with a new quarterback?
I would have to imagine so. I have to imagine he already pretty much taken over the offense by the end of last year. But I have to imagine if you're Briley Green, the moment you feel any pressure, the moment you see a look you don't like, you audible into a handoff, or you're looking for him open in the flat. And we know Keaton Dudek in the flat is perhaps the most dangerous player in the NAIA. So yeah, it all starts and ends with him.
You look for Dudek. If he gets the ball in the open field, it seems like he always makes at least the first guy miss.
Yeah.
So you've got to get him down in the open field. Now, let's talk about Briley Green. New quarterback. It's a redshirt freshman. Jordan Barlow last season had a phenomenal year for the SAGU Lions. Got an offer to play professionally overseas, and he took it. He is back as a strength and conditioning coach, so he's going to be a face that we see around. But Briley Green, very, very fresh, being a freshman here, taking his first start in his young career here at SAGU. What can we expect to see from him? We did talk to Coach Ellis before the game.
Yeah, and I think he's excited about this guy. Yeah. Obviously, you don't know. You don't know until you open that box, and game 1 is the first present under the Christmas tree. You got to go figure out what he is. I think you probably introduced him safely. He has a lot of great receiving targets. The Johnson twins. You've got Keaton Dudek out there, a great tight end core. So there's going to be a lot of safe options for him. As you said, I think if he plays safe and keeps it close to the vest, he can have a really good first game.
And last but not least, for what seems like his 14th season, Keandre Belcher is back. Big 99. He might be wearing a different number this year. I think he might be going with the 0. But we'll see once it comes time. But his impact this year, he may not light up a stat sheet, but his role may be even more important this year than it was last year. Transitioning from a 4-3 defensive tackle to a 3-4 nose tackle, he's going to be eating up, potentially, you hope, eating up 2-3 blockers at a time.
That's your goal as the nose tackle of a 3-4, is just fill that middle, force them to crash in on you while you come from the edges. So yeah, Keandre Belcher may not lie up the stat sheet with sacks and everything like that, but he could be even more important to this defense than he has been in the past.
And it's going to be a challenge, but if there's anything that we've learned from watching Belcher in the last, realistically, 4 or 5 years, he is going to be the one player who is up to that challenge. He has been a phenomenal defensive player for this SAGU team. One of the all-time great defensive players in this program's history, and that's saying a lot. You've got your Matt Leiters and your Ethan Eastwoods. You have to put Keandre Belcher on that list. Has been phenomenal, and it's going to be exciting to watch him for another season. So that's it for the keys and the players to watch here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go down for a live coin toss, national anthem, and opening prayer right here on the SAGU Sports Network. Louisiana Christian University, SAGU Lions, coming your way right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
Here is the perfect chicken finger. 4 of them, actually. They're hand battered. They're cooked to order. And made with love. Raising Cane's chicken fingers will make you say, "Oh yeah." Raising Cane's chicken fingers. one love.
At AGCU, we are committed to forging relationships centered around faith and finance. Our purpose is to provide financial solutions to help you succeed while we tithe 10% of our annual earnings to ministry and community organizations.
Your mercy's never ending, your kindness never fading. Jesus, you're always with me. You're always with me.
Raising Cane's makes perfect chicken finger meals by marinating every chicken finger for 24 hours. That's a long time. I don't even know what I was doing 24 hours ago. But those mouth-watering chicken fingers were marinating the entire taste-tempting time. Impressive, since 24 hours is longer than most celebrity marriages. On that note, our chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, and Texas toast are the perfect marriage of fresh and tasty. Raising Cane's, one love.
Here is the perfect chicken finger. 4 of them, actually. They're hand battered. They're cooked to order. And made with love. Raising Cane's chicken fingers will make you say, "Oh yeah." Raising Cane.
Welcome back to the SAGU Sports Network. We have just been informed we are in a lightning delay. We will let you know of any updates as we decide to go live here. As the lightning subsides, we will give you any updates. If you are looking for social media updates, go ahead and give us a follow on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, anywhere that you can find us at SAGU Sports Network for up-to-the-minute news on the weather delay and the lightning delay that we are experiencing here in Lumpkin Stadium. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure we'll be back here in just a little bit live right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
Handle with the Hit it with the.
When I am hurt, you pull me close to you. You brought me here, a place where I could find myself in you. I won't back down, freedom is what I choose. No more fear, 'cause I have found my happiness in you.
handle with the. Handle with the. with the. Hit it with the. with the. Hit it with the. Handle with the. Handle with the. Handle with the. Handle with the.
When I am hurt, you pull me close to you. You brought me here, a place where I can find myself in you. I won't back down, freedom is what I choose. No more fear, 'cause I have found my happiness in you. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always running after me. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always there to set me free. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always running after me. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always there to set me free.
handle with the. Handle with the. Handle with the handle with the Hit it with the. Hit it with the. with the hit it with the
When I am hurt, you pull me close to you. You brought me here, a place where I can find myself in you. I won't back down, freedom is what I choose. No more fear, 'cause I have found my happiness in you. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always running after me. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always there to set me free. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always running after me. Your love.
Welcome back to the SAGU Sports Network after 90 minutes, almost 100 minutes, an hour and a half of weather delay. We are ready to go here. The skies have cleared. The lights have come on. The teams are going to warm up here for a bit, but we are finally ready to kick off this 2022 SAGU football season as your hometown Lions play host to the Louisiana Christian University Wildcats. Tim, we were ready to go. We had finished our pregame, sat down and saw the lightning, and we went inside, took cover, and now here we are. So the players, they get up, they get ready, they go through their pre-game rituals, their warm-ups, their drills, and then they have to go into the locker room for 90 minutes. What does that do to the mentality of these players?
I mean, it's really hard to tell because obviously week one, you could not be more hyped. You come running out of that tunnel, you're on fire, you're lining up for the national anthem, and then an hour and 40 minutes later, you're warming up again. I do think potentially, though, you can internalize this positively, especially if you're Briley Green. You know the butterflies were going nuts an hour and 45 minutes ago. You're about to make your collegiate debut just down the road from where you played high school. You know his family and friends are here. And now you've had time to calm it all back down. Remind yourself, hey, this is the same game I was playing back in high school. The field's just as long. I've done this already once before. I've come up before. Let's calm down. But in some way, you need to get that juice back up, too. I mean, it's never fun to sit in a cramped locker room for an hour and 40 minutes. It'll be very fascinating how this game starts. Now that you've had this long delay, the adrenaline's already pumped through once. Can you get it going again? Or is that calming effect actually good? But I will say, I mean, this is arguably, potentially, the most anticipated SAGU season that we've ever seen. You're coming off your most wins ever, a Victory Bowl win, and you've got a former Dallas Cowboys Pro Bowler as your head coach now, just bringing in a great light and passion to this football program. There was national attention on this team for a couple of weeks. You had news outlets and right up on DallasCowboys.com. People who had never heard of this university were reading its name earlier this year. So it's only fitting that we had to wait a little bit longer for its kickoff for all the anticipation going into it.
Absolutely. We were ready. So if you are just joining us about 90 minutes after we were scheduled to kick off here, let's go over some of the players to watch again for each of these teams. I want to start with SAGU as we see them on the left side of your screen. Returning in the backfield this year is, of course, the preseason All-Conference Offensive Player of the Year, Keaton Dudek. Finished last year as an All-American, led the nation in all-purpose yards, third in rushing yards a game, just an numbers for Keaton. Especially with a brand new quarterback who now here for the SAGU line. You can see there it's Texas 5. A small school at all. You had to ask for a mentor. It doesn't. And we did hear Coach Ellis say, but also see what he had. It turns out Briley Green can indeed. He can also move, tuck it, and run. Briley Green, and then lastly, we're going to moving from a who has been a namesake here at this university. Wearing number 0 now. If he is up to the responsibility, attention, you head up with the blocks to let these linebackers position this nose tackle in a 3.
Used to seeing him come out of the pocket. Now big numbers. Is a very key position. If there's anybody so it's I think they have what it that to make this Cowboy four.
The Sooner Athletic Conference champion, most likely having one loss, is what it seems like every year. So it's important to get that first one out of the way while also avoiding that first loss, and that's what SAGU looks to do tonight. It looks like the captains for the SAGU Lions are going to be Keandre Belcher, Briley Green, Keaton Dudick, and Jalen Moss. We are going to send you live to the field for the opening prayer and national anthem. Don't go anywhere. Game time is finally here, live on the SAGU Sports Network. there you have it. We are about to see the coin toss here at midfield about an hour and almost 2 hours after.
The one advantage to that is it's about 15 degrees cooler now. So I think we were talking earlier about how much injuries could factor in when it comes to just cramping up with this heat and humidity. That might be slightly less of a factor now. So if there's one advantage to a 2-hour lightning delay, which there isn't much of one, that could be one of them.
The captains for the Louisiana Christian Wildcats, Micah Lattin and Caden Lillo.
It's finally time to kick off week 1 of the college football season. What that means is we want you flying around, playing hard, hitting hard, playing within the rules for us, okay? I'm Kyle, your referee. This is Robert, your umpire. Need anything while we're out here, come to us, okay? Louisiana Christian, as a visiting school, you have the call on the coin toss. This is the coin I have. The bald eagle is going to be heads. The white eagle's tails. Bald eagle's heads. White eagle's tails. What is your call? Call is heads. Southwestern Assembly won the toss to birth their choice in the second half. Louisiana Christian receiving this insult. All right, fellas, shake hands. Let's have a good football game.
There you have it. SAGU will defer to the second half, and what more could you expect from first-year head coach Greg Ellis? Wants to start on defense. I'll be honest with you, Tim. It's not often we get an official as animated as our head referee today. I just had to sit back and listen. We mic these guys up every week, but they sometimes just don't like to talk. That was awesome.
That Met say he's ready to go too. Laying it out real clear, motivating the guys, just making sure they follow the rules. These guys don't want to throw 35 flags tonight, especially kicking off at 8 o'clock. They got to drive home too. They say, hey, let's not bog this game down with penalties, guys. So SAGU will kick it off. And like you said, defense first. And we will see very quickly what this new look, Greg Ellis defense, looks like.
Kicking off for SAGU is preseason special teams conference player of the year. Kieran Woodley will kick off for SAGU. He is a household name, has been very, very good in his time here at SAGU. He's hit a lot of big kicks, and we've seen him have a lot of touchbacks. Wind is blowing straight across your screen from the far side to where we're at. There's a little bit of a crosswind going on here for Woodley. We'll see how he decides to start this game off, and we are underway. The 2022 season has begun. It's a short kick fielded at the 15. Looking for, he's going to bounce it outside, breaks a tackle, gets it past the 30, breaks another tackle, makes a cut, he's past the 40, down past the 45, and that is where the Wildcats will start field position, and you cannot ask for a better start than that return from Max Pardon for the Wildcats.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had been sitting still for an hour and 40 minutes. He's going to break a tackle right here, looks completely wrapped up at the 27-yard line, and again at the 30. He's going to pick up an extra 15 yards after that and give Saul Palermo great field position to start off with their first drive of the season.
Here is Sal Palermo. He's going to come out here with 2 men in the backfield. We see a lot of shotgun offenses here in the Student Athletic Conference. He's going to fake the handoff, throw back to pass. He's going down the sideline and well overthrown from his intended target. That was Terrence Williams on the outside.
And already the pressure coming off the edge from Damaris Herron coming on that left side made Palermo get rid of this one early, untouched, and that's the danger of a 3-4 defense. That's what it can do to you. Bring those quick guys off the edges.
2nd and 10 here for the Wildcats. Exciting to see this SAGU defense. New look, and it is intended for pass rushers. So we'll see how they attack 2nd and 10 here. Palermo back to pass, looking for a quick hitter, finds nobody. It falls to the turf, incomplete. It looks like his intended receiver that time was Micah Dunn.
Yeah, I think he's expecting Dunn to cut in, unless might have thrown over Dunn's head, unless he was expecting the receiver up high to cut in instead of down the field. That pass falls harmlessly, though, and SAGU's defense quickly brings up a 3rd and 10.
And this is the situation that those edge rushers, they love 3rd and 10. It's a passing down. You can pin your ears back, get after the quarterback. Here comes Palermo, sends a man in motion. He is back to pass. Deep drop. Plants and throws, incomplete, big hit across the middle, right at midfield. My goodness, what a hit by Damaris Heron in coverage.
Heron with 2 big plays on this drive. That wasn't going to pick up a first down, but he's going to drop back in coverage this time and just lays in hard. If that had even been caught, I don't think there was a chance that was getting caught. That was going to get knocked loose. And so after the great kick return, SAGU's defense forces a 3 and out with 3 straight incompletions to give their offense their first crack at it.
And they are hitting 2 hits, one on the quarterback and then one on the intended receiver. SAGU comes out physical to start this game. The punt is away and it is a short end-over-end punt. It's going to land and go out of bounds at the 35-yard line. So SAGU will have very good field position here. Briley Green leads this offense, featuring Keaton Dudek and a host of playmaking wide receivers with very good field position here to start their season.
Yeah, about to say only a 20-yard punt. Kind of came off the punter's foot wrong. And yeah, for the Lions, after a big kickoff return, to get the ball to start the game with 14 minutes and 28 seconds in the first quarter at your own 35-yard line, that's about as much of a dream as you could have.
Here comes Briley Green in the shotgun. Keaton Dudek in the backfield. 2 out wide to his right, 1 to his left. Green going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek looking to bounce it outside, and he is brought down by a host of Wildcat defenders. And the first play for SAGU to Keaton Dudek goes for a loss of 1.
As we mentioned in pregame, good 2 hours ago, but that needs to be the Wildcat strategy tonight. Stack that box and say to the Lions, you're going to have to do something besides hand the ball off to Keaton Dudek to beat us tonight. At least for the first play, they pursue well. Don't allow him to get to that corner. You already saw some elusiveness. He almost got out of that, but there was just too many Wildcats there for him to potentially make an escape.
2nd and 11 here for Green in this Lions offense. Sends Johnson in motion. He's back to pass. He's going to let it go across the middle. Had a man, but overthrew him by just a step. And if he hits his man there, that is going all the way to the end zone for a touchdown.
That's Paul O'Didi, the tall, and by tall I mean 6'5" wide receiver. He's got the reach, but he didn't really have a shot at that one. But Briley Green, first collegiate pass, uncorking it down the field.
Not a bad look either. Not bad. He got it down the middle of the field, and that's a throw that if you want to make that throw, you got to have the arm strength, and it looked like he indeed did there.
3rd and long now, though, for the Lions to try to keep their first drive alive.
And this is the situation you wanted to avoid if you're the Lions offense. Young quarterback, 3rd and distance. He hands it off to Dudek, and it just looks like they're going to concede the drive, but Dudek is only going to get a gain of none there. So it's going to remain 11 yards to the marker, and SAGU will be forced to punt. The Wildcats defense answering the call of their own. Actually having a better drive than the Lions defense. -1 yard there for SAGU's offense.
And that right there is when you're hoping to catch the defense off guard by handing them off, but it's hard to catch the defense off guard when they're all their eyes are zoned in on Keaton Dudek.
The punt is away. It's a good one. Fair catch called for, but it's going to bounce and take a Louisiana Christian roll. Was good off the foot of Ryan Lewis, the freshman punter. Just took an unlucky bounce and bounced in favor of the Wildcats.
So after a 2-hour delay, we get 2 drives in less than 2 minutes. We're playing some lightning fast football now. We just haven't actually had a yard gained yet.
Yeah, you're right.
6 plays, -1 yard between the 2 teams.
It's the first game of the season.
Yeah,
you got to get the rust off.
It is easier being a defense in week 1 than an offense. I'll say that.
1st and 10 here for the Wildcats. Going to take the handoff. He's got room on the outside. He bounces in, cuts in. Flag comes flying in out of the backfield. As it stands, a pretty good gain there on 1st down.
Yeah, thrown in the area of holding. It's typically what you're going to see.
Devin Briscoe had a nice little run there.
Yep, and it's going to be right there on number 50, I believe.
Definitely aided by a hold.
Number 60, offense. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Replay. First down.
That's going to be on number 60, actually, Andre Walker. Again, had a good block inside, had turned his defender in, but when the defender tried to get out, he just grasped onto that jersey And so it erases what was, like I said, a pretty good run, almost a first down run. And instead it'll be 2nd and 20.
Would have been the first rushing attempt for the Wildcats all game. They went 3 straight passes to start their first drive, all falling incomplete. And now they find themselves backed up 1st and 20. We get a stoppage here.
It looks like we have the ball placed 1 yard too far up the field. They'll discuss it. Unless they're ruling it a spot foul. So I guess they're saying that the hold occurred 1 yard up the field, so it'll actually be a 9-yard penalty since the line of scrimmage was the 39.
1st and 19 here for the Wildcats. Palermo sends a man in motion. He is back to pass. Deep drop. It's going to be a screen. It's completed. Makes one man miss, but there's another host of Lions right behind him.
And that's Keandre Belcher. He's going to come up the middle as a nose tackle. Watch him do a U-turn here. He realizes he can't get to the quarterback, makes a U-turn, and chases down the running back. That is just brilliant football IQ. Realizing he doesn't have a shot at the quarterback, turning around, getting himself back in the play, and making the stop for no gain.
That's unbelievable. How many times do you see those defensive linemen get a free release, and they think they're just going to just smoke the quarterback, and they just miss on the screen pass? He turns around and takes the opportunity to make the tackle for no gain.
Pure veteran awareness from a great defensive player.
Palermo back to pass. He's going to let it go deep down the sideline. One-on-one coverage. It's brought in. Did he complete the pass? No. He did not. He was out of bounds. The intended receiver was Micah Dunn. That was a great ball by Palermo.
Great pass, great coverage by Trayvon McNeil, but yeah, just unable to get it in, and it looks like it comes loose at the end anyways. So I wasn't able to keep his feet in bounds, and the ball came loose. But yeah, it was great coverage by Trayvon McNeil. Laid it in there nicely, though. Best pass we've seen so far from Saul Palermo.
3rd and 19 here for the Wildcats. Palermo checks to the sideline. There's 15 left on the play clock.
SAGU showing blitz at least at the start.
He is back to pass. Palermo tucks it. He's going to let it go just shy of the line of scrimmage. It'll be incomplete. Here comes a flag late.
Oh.
This could be in the area of roughing the passer. Palermo ended up on the ground, and this would be a heartbreaking penalty for the Lions.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Number 10. Defense. 15 yards from the previous spot. Automatic. First down.
Linebacker Zach Nelson, and it's just going to be a straight-up late hit. Nothing too violent, but you were mentioning you can't have things like that. Penalties during the play happen. The ones before and after are what devastates you. And we don't see it happen there, but it must have been a pretty significantly late hit because the ball had been well out of his hand, and that hands a free first down on what was going to be a 4th and 20 and the second 3 and out of the game.
The first down of the game comes by way of penalty. Here are the Wildcats. Back to pass. He swings it out quickly. Trying to make a man miss, but he's going to get brought down for a loss. Good host tackling out there by the Lions. It looks like Heron was out there as well as Carter Lincoln to force that man out of bounds, and comes down for the loss.
Great recovery. Pretty much only one guy out blocking 2, and then Heron's going to make – he's so fast. Damaris Heron is so fast. He gets over there as the 3rd. The design of that play is that it's a one-on-one situation that your wide receiver wins. When you've got a quick guy like Heron, it becomes 2-on-1, it all gets blown up.
2nd and 12, a pitch out to his man. He's looking for anywhere to run. He's going to go down, and this SAGU defense keeps pushing the Wildcats further and further back. That was just blowing up from the beginning.
And it's Damaris Heron again. He's going to get credit with the tackle because he's the one that spins Devin Briscoe around. Briscoe never really gets his footing back and gets thrown for a huge loss. Damaris Heron having himself quite the start to the 2022 season.
3rd and 22. Lions show blitz. Palermo check to the sideline. Has a little bit of time here as we're approaching 10 on the play clock. 4 wide here for Sal Palermo. Drops back to pass. He rolls out to his right. He might just tuck it. No, he's going to throw it deep down the middle of the field. And it is broken up. Incomplete pass. Another great defensive play by this SAGU secondary. Trevion McNeil, one-on-one coverage.
And another really solid pass from Palermo. He's going to throw it where there was a very solid chance, but McNeil going over the top, making a play over the back of the receiver, knocking it down. And so call it 2 3-and-outs in a row for the SAGU defense. Not a yard gained on any of those plays. The first down came courtesy of a 15-yard penalty.
Back to punt are the Wildcats, and this one is high. Wobbling punt. Hits down. It's going to go past the 40. Down just shy of that 45-yard line. So this is going to be good field position here for Briley Green, Keaton Dudick in this SAGU offense. Saw them go 3-and-out last drive after some really stifling run defense by the Wildcats.
Get this at the moment. We have had 12 plays in this game between these two teams. We have not had a single play that has gained a yard yet.
Nope. The only first down came by way of penalty.
And not just first down. Like, no one's gained a yard yet. Even on the ground, no completed passes. That is what we call some stifling defense, and SAGU's defense has been the host of it. Now let's see if Briley Green and the offense can break this little streak we have going.
Here is Green. 1st and 10. Back to pass. Quick little lob to the outside. Looking for his man. Almost brings it in. Had it on the way down was Paul O'Didi, but the contact with the turf forced that ball out. That is a good throw by Green.
Laid it in there very nice, and you have great coverage. Yeah, he had it in his stomach, and it was just the impact going to the ground that jarred it loose. Otherwise, a very nicely tossed pass. Still looking for his first collegiate completion, but he's thrown 2 good passes so far.
2nd and 10 sends a man in motion. Here is Green. He's going to hand it off to Dudick. Dudick trying to cut it to the outside, and there is just nothing there for Keaton Dudick. That is going to be a gain of 1. So our first official yardage gain of the evening. Well over just over 5 minutes gone in the first quarter, and it is a gain of 1.
Baby steps. No, you don't want to, do it all at once. You got to make these little steps. But
one by one,
another 3rd and long. We haven't had any other kind but 3rd and long so far this evening.
Briley Green facing a 3rd and 9. He's going to come out with 3 receivers wide to his left. Keaton Dudick in the backfield.
Watch the low man underneath. That could be the target.
Fakes a handoff. He's going to roll out. Looking for somebody on the sideline. In and out through the hands of his intended receiver, Khalil Jenkins, the tight end.
Now, there is a flag on the play. That could be in the vicinity of illegal contact or a hold.
In the secondary usually spells disaster for
and
the
we have
defense.
Another flag right at midfield, so we could be looking at offsetting. That's more in the vicinity of illegal man downfield or a hold on the offensive line. And the refs will discuss this one out.
There are 2 fouls on the play. One on either team. They will offset. We'll replay down. Personal foul. Face mask. Number 21. Ineligible downfield on the offense. They offset. Still 3rd down.
There you have it. Offsetting penalties. We will get a 3rd and 9 again.
And that stings a little bit to get that ineligible man downfield, because that's just what happens when you have a slowly developing play like that. Briley Green wanted to get that ball out earlier, but the coverage was too good. If he had got it out earlier and even thrown it incomplete, you got a 1st down off of the face mask. Instead, one of your offensive linemen drifted a little too far downfield. Still, for the offense, it gives them a second crack at this 3rd and 9.
Same formation here for the Lions. 3 out to the left. Green fakes a handoff. He's going to roll out to his right. Showing off those wheels. He's going to tuck it and run. Does he have enough for the 1st down? He does, and then some. Ducks out of bounds, and that is a 1st down for your Lions.
That might be exactly what they need to get the motor running. Faces immediate pressure, rolls out, realizes he's the one that's great awareness, seeing that he had the angle. But yeah, he was facing Micah Latin right in his face from the start. Great awareness. No completed passes yet, but he has our first down of the game, the largest gain of the evening, and the Lions are in Wildcat territory.
New set of downs here for SAGU. They come out 4 wide. Bunch at the bottom of your screen. They're stacked. Sends a man in motion. He's going to hand it off to Dudick. Dudick had a crease, but it is closed quickly That is no gain for Keaton Dudek. This Wildcats run defense is unreal to start this game.
I believe that's Dalen Charles who's going to come in and lay down Keaton Dudek. That is not easy to do, and so far they have held Dudek very much in check.
It'll be 2nd and 10 here for SAGU's offense. The wind has died down a little bit here in Waxahachie, so may just be out of field goal range for Kieran Woodley. Green sends a man in motion. He's back to pass here on 2nd and 10. Steps up. He's going to take off and run with it. He's not got a lot of running room. They're going to give him a gain of 1 on that keeper by Briley Green.
Yep, going to get wrapped up by Michael Latin as he tries to go up the middle. Does pick up a couple, though. Gives you some options here going into this 3rd and 7. Especially as you are definitely approaching what I would call 4-down territory. It's that maroon zone. A little bit too close to feel great about punting, but definitely not in field goal range yet. If you pick up a couple of yards here, but not the first down, I'm betting you're going for this on 4th down.
Here's Green. Fakes a handoff, rolling out. He's going to dump it off for Dudek, and there is just nothing doing there for the Lions. They're actually going to lose about a half a yard, and it brings up 4th down.
And this is a good play call. It's the classic let the defensive line crash in, but those linebackers were just too quick to the assignment, and no one, I don't know if some blocking assignments got missed or what, but what you expect to happen there is Keaton Dudek in the flat with a good 6 or 7 yards of running room in front of him to go make the first down.
And instead, Ryan Lewis will be out to punt here on 4th and 9. And it is a high punt. Down inside the 5 and rolls out of bounds at the 1-yard line.
Who says punters aren't people? That was perfect.
Nobody. At the 2-yard line. What a punt there by freshman Ryan Lewis. Pins Louisiana Christian back inside their own 5-yard line.
That's what a guy does all summer long like him. He just is out there practicing that exact punt in that situation. And whew, you could not have drawn it up better. And for a defense that has looked this great so far, this is a big opportunity.
Louisiana Christian, they have to get yardage here. They cannot afford to keep getting pushed back. 1st and 10 from the 2 here for the Wildcats. They're going to hand it off and up the middle. Not a ton of running room, but a decent run there to give them some space down at the 5.
Yeah, you just need a little bit of breathing room, and obviously that's their first positive gain as well with Max Pardon going up the middle for 3 yards. Yeah, you said you just need a little bit of breathing room to avoid the safety, if anything.
2nd and 7 here for the Wildcats. Palermo takes a snap. He's going to hand it off again. Good job by the SAGU defense. They're going to get a gain of 1 there on 2nd down.
Coming in to make the hit was Jalen Moss, I believe. Yep, just sitting there in the secondary. Disrupts the running back. Keeps him from picking up that extra yard or 2, and it's a 3rd and 6. Big 3rd down here. This is still not where you want to be punting, especially when your punter's only been averaging around 20 yards a punt. That could give SAGU practically the ball just outside of the red zone.
3rd and 6 here for the Wildcats. Palermo looking to find his first completion. Fakes the handoff. He's back to pass. Looking over the middle. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver. That was Hall. And great coverage again. Carter Lincoln that time. The coverage has been insane for the SAGU Lions so far this game.
And this is Micah Dunn who goes up and almost pulls it in after the deflection, but blanketed. Absolutely blanketed. And so the Wildcats will get just a tiny bit of breathing room, but they're going to need a much better punt than what they've got so far, where SAGU's offense will be given a golden opportunity.
Micah Dunn on the target, my correction.
And there was good pressure again, forced that pass out high to where it would have had to have been a spectacular catch from Dunn.
The punt is off, and it is better. It's going to be down at the 50 and takes a very good roll, and that is a beautiful punt for the Wildcats. It's going to be down right at the 24-yard line, and that is about as good as you can ask your punter to do. Backed up in his own end zone and gets it down to the 25 of the opposition. What a punt there for the Wildcats.
That's going to be Mason Ingram. And like you said, after 2 off the foot borderline shank punts, you had to be very worried about what was going to happen. Instead, he uncorks from the back of his end zone. When you do the math here, the ball was at around the 6-yard line. SAGU taking over the 25. That is going to be a 68, 69-yard punt. What a turn of the field. Biggest play of the night so far for Louisiana Christian as they dodge a bullet of giving SAGU such good field position.
Green back to pass on first down. He's going to lob it down the sideline, looking for his man. A flag does come out. He had his intended receiver was Zachary Johnson, and it was just a little too physical down that sideline.
Yep, Johnson's going to try to turn back in, and just going to be a little bit too much of a hold. Not a ton there, but especially from the rest vantage point, he's going to see what went down. That's going to be Benny Clark. Although they're still meeting to discuss it. Oh, and I do see another flag on the far side of the field.
There are 2 fouls on the play. They will offset and we'll replay the down. Ineligible downfield. Number 8. Pass interference. Number 21. Still first down.
Paul O'Deedy gets flagged for ineligible receiver downfield. They must have been set up incorrectly on that outside.
Yeah.
It's not often you see a receiver called for ineligible receiver downfield.
Yeah, and that's not going to be a mistake that's of a guy drifting downfield incorrectly. That's just going to be a guy who lined up in the wrong spot to where he was not technically eligible. I very much doubt Paul O'Deedy knew he was ineligible based upon where he was standing. So 2 ineligible receiver downfield calls on SAGU have erased first downs.
Back to pass. Here's Green. He's going to fling it outside. He's got Johnson. Johnson looking to make a man miss. And a good job again. This Wildcats defense is fast, and they get to the ball. No gain there for the Lions on the completion.
Johnson's going to get this, have a one-on-one situation, and nowhere to go. The pursuit, you see even from the defensive line coming in to where there's no chance for him to double back.
It'll be 2nd and 10 here for the Lions offense.
And I will say, we saw numerous games last year where Keaton Dudek had slow starts. So definitely don't worry about it yet, but you do need to start finding a way to make him click.
He's back to pass after faking the handoff, rolls out to his left, guns it toward the sideline. It'll be incomplete, misses everybody. And here comes another 3rd and long situation for the Lions offense.
This just looks like he was kind of hoping he would turn in, but definitely
there is a flag on the play. Another penalty here. This one in the secondary. We'll see what they call here.
Anything. This could be on O'Deedy. Offensive pass interference. He gave a bit of a shove trying to come out of that turn. They're asking Louisiana Christians. They'll probably decline this if that were the call. Yeah, this will be on the Lions. The question just is, does Louisiana Christian push SAGU to 2nd and 20, or do they accept the 3rd and 10? At this point, I'd accept the 3rd and 10 the way both defenses have been looking.
Pass interference. Number 8, offense. That penalty's declined. Result of the play, 3rd down.
They do indeed decline the penalty to make it 3rd and long as opposed to 2nd and long. SAGU again facing another 3rd and long situation here. It seems to be all they've faced tonight. It's 3rd and long. SAGU breaks the huddle. They come out 4 wide. Let's see what they draw up here on 3rd and 10. Green hands it off to Dudek, and Dudek just runs into the arms of the defenders. Again, Louisiana Christian doing a good job of winning up front.
Michael Lattin has been in on a lot of these plays. He just cuts right through the B gap there. Keaton Dudek didn't have a shot. Even if Lattin hadn't been there, Dudek probably wasn't picking up more than 2 or 3 yards. So SAGU's been unable to find any success with their preseason all-conference offensive player. Not much through the air. Again, no success for either of these offenses so far, really. SAGU with the only first down not accrued by penalty.
Ryan Lewis's punt is going to take a good SAGU bounce and settle right at the 36-yard line, I think they'll call it. So that is where the Wildcat offense will take over. Sal Palermo looking to try to get something going on here for the Louisiana Christian offense. It's been a 0-0 ball game. Not a ton of not just scoring, but not even a ton of yardage between either one of these teams.
I would estimate that Louisiana Christian is definitely still in negative yardage for the game. Probably around, I'm just back of the envelope mathing in my head, probably around a negative 10 to 12 yards of offense. No completions from Palermo so far, even though he's thrown some decent passes.
1st and 10. He's going to fake the handoff back to pass behind his intended receiver. That one intended for Cannon Leon. And just behind him, couldn't get turned around to bring that one in.
And coming in to make the hit was Isaac Gowdy had it been caught. Like you said, just a little bit too far behind Leon, and it is another incomplete pass.
2nd and 10 here for the Wildcats offense. Both defenses for these teams have been very good. They're going to hand it off on 2nd and 10. Not a lot of running room there. They're going to give him a gain of 1 as he runs into just the teeth of the SAGU defense.
The tooth of SAGU's defense, and it's look at again. Keandre Belcher's there. He's not going to make that tackle, but he is going to hold essentially 3 Wildcats in place, trying to move him. He does not move, and so there's no hole for the running back to get through.
3rd and 9 here for the Wildcats. Lions show blitz. Palermo checks to the sideline to see what he wants to do here with the hand shown here for the Lions.
Play clock down to 2.
Palermo on 3rd and 9. He's going to drop back to pass. Clean pocket, has forever to throw. Can't get it completed across the middle. Had a very long time to get that ball off and looked for Leon and could not complete the pass and bring up 4th down.
Yeah, that's about as long as he's going to get to throw on any single down tonight. Gets it in there. Even had it been caught by Leon, it would not have been a 1st down. So another 3 and out for the Wildcats. They pick up a single yard on the ground, have still yet to complete a pass here in the 1st quarter, as this defensive battle continues. The 4th punt of the evening for the Wildcats already.
Almost getting there are the Lions. That is a beautiful punt. Down at the 15, bounces out of bounds, and that is where it will indeed settle, the 15-yard line. So in a game where the defenses are shining, I have been very impressed by both of these punters for the Wildcats and the Lions. They are playing really good special teams football out here.
Especially the recovery after the first 2 punts from Louisiana Christian only netted about 20 to 25 yards apiece. The first one a minute ago flipped the field position, and this one puts SAGU inside their own 20. So the Wildcats, that's been the only real action so far. A minute ago, the Wildcats were pinned at their own 2, and now they have flipped field position to where SAGU is at their own 15, needing to finally get some offense going. You got to imagine Keaton Duda's got to click here in a second.
Back to pass is Green. He steps up, looking for a man across middle. He's got Johnson. Johnson tries to throw a stiff arm, falls forward. He's going to be very close. Haven't ruled it. Going.
Finds his second man underneath. And, he has some safety nets. And Zachary Johnson is one of those. 10-yard gain, 1st down, second 1st down of the afternoon/evening. It's evening now for the Lions.
They hand it off to Dudek. Dudek, again, no running room this time. He's going to lose a yard, make it 2nd and 11.
He's breaking the first tackles, but the Wildcats are just there with too many guys. That's what Dudek's used to, is breaking that first tackle, and then he needs a little bit of room to run. And if it's there, he's going to pick up 15 yards. But so far, the Wildcats' defense, that second line, has been too quick to the attack.
2nd and 11, they come out, bunch on the right side for Green. Green, he is back to pass. Steps up. He's getting a lot of pressure. He's going to tuck it and try to do something with it. And he gets brought down. No gain on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 11.
He may even lose about half a yard here. Good job of breaking loose and not losing more. But when the Wildcats are bringing pressure, they are finding their way to Green and forcing him to either get rid of the ball too soon or take essentially a sack right there. Their secondary has been good too. When Green has had time to throw, his guys have been covered. So another 3rd and long.
3rd and 12 officially here for Briley Green. Back to pass. Steps up across the middle of the field behind Zachary Johnson. If that ball is completed, that's enough for a first down, but the punting unit will come back onto the field for SAGU and Ryan Lewis. Busy man tonight is Ryan Lewis.
It's a pretty well designed route. Gave Johnson an opportunity. Just unable to throw it on target. Had that been a little bit more in front of him, it might have hit him right in the chest and picked up a first down. Instead, another incomplete pass, and SAGU, it won't be a 3 and out this time thanks to the one completion. Moves the ball a little bit forward, but not enough to get this train moving.
The punt is off as end over end. Lands just past the 50 and will take a high bounce out of bounds. We'll see where they mark this one. They're going to mark it at the 42, and that is where the Wildcats offense will take a crack at it here. 23 seconds left in the first quarter.
5th possession of the quarter for the Wildcats. Won't be a ton of time behind this one, but they have yet to pick up a first down on their own. Only one first down thanks to a late hit on the quarterback. Otherwise, they've been running through 8 feet worth of mud.
There's Palermo, fakes the handoff. He's rolling out to his right. Incomplete pass. Looking for his man out there, Micah Dunn.
And bringing the pressure right up the middle, forcing him out of the pocket, number 43, Christopher Bacos. He was the linebacker bringing the blitz right through kind of that A gap right over the center. Didn't blow the play up completely, but definitely forced Sal Palermo to leave the pocket, and there was just nothing for him. At that point, he's down to one receiver, and he just wasn't open.
Palermo back to pass. Looking for his man, and it is completed. Nice completion. It's going to be about a yard short of the sticks.
He finally hits Micah Dunn. He's been looking for him all quarter.
That was actually completed to Cannon Leone on the outside, number 6.
Almost.
Oh, number 8, actually, the running back. That was Devin Briscoe leaking out of the backfield. Big hit. Oh, I thought there was going to be I thought he hit the quarterback. Thought the quarterback kept it. Regardless, it's going to be a loss of about 2 as he hands it off at the last second. There's a host of Lions defenders. I'm not sure did they get that play off? Did they blow it dead?
They allowed the play to go
They did
forward,
allow it to play.
So I think they got it off with 1 second left. Wildcats trying to hurry to the line and surprise the Lions on 3rd and 1. Instead, they lose a yard.
They lose about 3 yards. It's going to be 4th and about 4.
Interesting decision time here, right around midfield.
Right, yeah,
You've had nothing going for you.
Right at midfield. I mean, you might try to get it going here if you like the way your defense has played. Remember, SAGU did have the ball in Wildcat territory earlier on in this game, and the Wildcats defense stepped up and they were able to force a punt. So this is definitely an interesting decision here.
Let's see, where based on where the chain is now, assuming we've reset them for the half, it will be right around a 4th and 3. Now 3 yards has not felt like 3 yards so far tonight, but with this being your first real opportunity on offense, I don't know. Now it looks like they will bring out the punter though. Number 38 coming back onto the field, Mason Ingram, or 36, pardon me. So they will line up for the punt. If I'm SAGU, I'm not rushing this punt. I'm keeping my head on a swivel. 3 guys back blocking. Keep your heads up on this one. And SAGU is. You see 3 or 4 guys stacked in the secondary there.
And there's going to be a false start. So that's going to push him back a little bit. It's going to push him back 5. So that makes the decision easier here.
Number 33, offense. 5-yard penalty, remains 4th down.
And what that is right there as well That's telling your guys, go out there and see if you can draw them off sides. If we pick up a 5-yard penalty, no big deal, or around midfield. You think you're allowed to.
Moss back to return. They're going to let it land. 20-yard line.
Field will flip. Gets this offense. Field, maybe. Defensive stalemate so far. Up a first down that will. But punted on their next set of downs.
Defense, this is the game for
Athletic Conference.
Yes. Playing Zachary Johnson.
Late in their pretty go. He would have had a shot. Has not been afraid.
Instrumental to the offense after every
shutting down, keep
and just Paul Odidi in.
Yep. Up and made the attempt on the
Will back to passes. Palermo plants, gets it out to the flat. He finds his man on the outside. He's got to get a decent gain there on first down and bring him down after a catch and run of 4. Had his man Cannon Leon on the outside.
I'm about to say a gain of 4 usually isn't anything to get too excited about, but that's just about the best first down play we have seen from Louisiana Christian. As they move back into SAGU territory, it was a good reaction with a man wide open in the flat by the Lions secondary to bring him down with that, no further damage done.
2nd and 6 here for the Wildcats. Palermo sends a man in motion. He's going to keep it himself. Whew. And fortunately for the Wildcats, he's going to get pushed further downfield past the sticks for a first down. And hyped is the big man blocking downfield, Gabriel Esto, helping push that pile. And Palermo, good thing he kept that, made the right read, because if he gives that off to that man in motion, that is blowing up for a loss of probably what they got him first down.
I'm not even sure we can call that a run. That was more of a drag. About 6 yards of that, he was being dragged forward by his big offensive lineman. But that is the first Louisiana Christian first down gained in this game, essentially.
Here is Palermo. He's going to hand it off here on first down, brought down quickly. Maybe not. He kind of flung him around there, maybe didn't quite touch the ground, and gained probably another 2 yards after that effort.
Yes, Jalen Moss coming around the corner here. That was a great job of pursuing, thrown, and knee.
That's a good play.
No knee, no elbow, so a gain of 3, which otherwise would have been a gain of maybe even a loss. Good reaction to stay on his feet. And 3 consecutive plays of positive yardage for the Wildcats.
2nd and 7 here for Palermo in this Wildcats offense. Sends a man in motion. Kind of bobbled the exchange there. He's going to keep it himself and fall forward for Another good gain there on second down makes it third, and we'll call it maybe a long 2.
And it looked like he wanted to hand that ball off to Max Pardon, but the exchange did not go well. Good reaction time, though, by Palermo to just realize the play's blown up, get up the middle, and set up a 3rd and short at the 32-yard line.
Best drive of the evening for the Wildcats. And they're going to get them offsides. They're going to blow the play dead. That will be a first down for the Wildcats as they caught SAGU jumping the snap.
Offside with contact. 0, the defense. 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
It's Keandre Belcher trying to get up the middle, and he knows what's coming. He knows it's going to be a quick handoff. He wants to get in there and blow it up.
They could have taken their pick of who jumped their offsides. It looked like maybe 3 guys jumped the snap count. But it results in a first down for the Wildcats from their 27. So Louisiana Christian driving here. 3.5 gone here in the second quarter. Palermo on first down, fakes the handoff. He's back to pass. Looking to the end zone. Underthrown, incomplete. Flags come flying out. And it's going to be pass interference. That's going to go against the Lions secondary.
Yep, it's going to be a good pass here. But the ball is going to be, yeah, he definitely pushed him back. That's pretty much all he could do. The ball probably wasn't going to be caught either way, but you just don't know that as a defender. You're going up there and trying to make a stop.
Pass it. Number 8. 15-yard penalty. Automatic. Down.
Not like it is in the NFL. They don't get the ball on the 1-yard line. It's a 15-yard penalty. And it's just such a hard pass to defend. The underthrown ball, you're back to the quarterback. And there's just nothing you can do about that. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line, so not quite 1st and goal yet for this Wildcats offense. Looking to get the first points of the ball game on this drive. Here is Palermo on first down, sends a man in motion. He's going to hand it off, bouncing it to the outside. He's got a blocker. A flag comes in towards the back of the play. A good gain on first down, but we'll see what they call here. The official does motion holding.
Yeah, that's going to be a hold on number 60, the left tackle there.
Offense. 10 yards from the previous spot.
Andre Walker gets flagged for the hold.
Second hold of the game on Walker. And he's going to move them back to a 2nd and 20. At the moment, though, this is the first time it's felt like either team has been dictating something on offense. And what I'm noticing is the Wildcats are starting every play now with 2 men in the backfield, they're moving almost to a kind of an option look, 2 men in the backfield, and then putting a man in motion who is essentially starting the play in the backfield as well. So call it almost essentially a triple option to start most of these plays, throwing SAGU a bit of a wrinkle.
They hand it off here on 1st and 20. He rolls forward, spins off a man, and picks up, we'll call it a gain of 4 there on 1st and 20.
Keandre Belcher is going to break off of his man. And like I said, there's nobody better at making tackles in the run when he's getting blocked by a center. Is a gain of 4, though. Picks up a little bit of what they lost. Keeps this drive manageable at 2nd and 16.
Palermo getting the play from the sideline. 2nd and 16 here for the Wildcats offense. Threatening to score here first in this game. Palermo keeps it himself, but that play was sniffed out from the beginning. He shakes off one defender, but there was the entire defensive line left to get through for Palermo. He's lucky he held on to that ball. It was coming out there on that initial hit.
Yeah, on the initial hit, and then with Jalen Moss coming in, he's trying to strip it out. Luckily for Palermo, he went for the empty hand. It is a 1-yard loss and sets the Wildcats with a 3rd and long. As SAGU reads at that time. Palermo had beat him on the 2 previous read option looks there, but that time they just kind of sensed he was going to keep it, didn't go for the running back, and threw him for a loss.
3rd and 17, Palermo back to pass, looking towards the end zone. broken up at the last second. He had his man. That was Micah Dunn, but at the last second, coming in like a rocket from the safety position was number 29, Dylan Kaufman, breaking that up, and Micah Dunn is down in the end zone and has not gotten up. He did take a shot to his hands and chest.
That was a hard hit by Dylan Kaufman, making a play on the football. That's why you're not going to see any flag thrown, because it wasn't leading into the receiver's body. It was going towards the ball, but that led to a pretty violent collision in the end zone. Good to see Micah Dunn walking that one off. Hopefully that one's just one that kind of stings. You need to kind of sit there and think about it for a second. Big stop for the Lions, however. It is 4th and 17, and we will see for the first time an attempt at points on the evening. Coming out is place kicker for the Wildcats, Levi Hilborn. This will be about a 36-yarder, right at 36 yards.
Good snap, hold us down, and it's bobbled! And the kicker gets taken down, and that is a huge stop for the SAGU defense. No points for the Wildcats. The snap was good. The exchange on the hold was bobbled, ended up in the arms of the kicker, and in that situation, it's not going to win on special teams. Brought down by number 84 for the Lions, Justin Campbell.
Not the guy you expect to make a play on defense.
Out for an injured player.
As we have an injured Wildcat, so after all that, it was like a bit of a cramp. We had mentioned that being an issue with the heat here tonight. But after all that, marching the ball down the field, they were potentially facing, they were going to be inside the Lions' 10-yard line, but a penalty threw them back. They were not able to recover. And then, we'll watch it here. We'll get a great view of what happened.
The snap
Ball's
was
come
good.
In and just dropped it. And
slipped out of his hands, couldn't figure out who wanted to pick it up, and the last second the kicker gets it, and there is just nothing there. Campbell immediately in the face of the kicker, and SAGU will take over on offense after not giving up points. Defense bending but not breaking. Maybe a little bit of luck on the bobbled snap, but you'll take it any way you can if you're the SAGU defense.
And Greg Ellis, who was on the 2006 Dallas Cowboys, has to finally think, hey, that happened to somebody else.
I wasn't going to say it,
I'll
but
say it.
he Romo'd that, he
I'll
Romo'd
say
that
it.
snap.
Hey, it's as a professional quarterback, Tony Romo proved, that's tough. Apparently that's tough to do, because you do see it happen a weird amount of times. It's perfect 98% of the time, and then 2% of the time, it's the hardest thing you've ever done.
And you always remember it. Here's first down, Green back to pass. Looking at the flat, he's got his man. It's going to be a short completion. But for the first time in a long time, maybe for the first time tonight, they get yardage on first down as the completion to Zach Fuller gets 3.
Different look, tossing it out to one of your big tight ends instead of going down the field. You said those downfield passes were making you lose yards, essentially, by putting you in long situations to start out. A little bit of positive momentum out to the 33-yard line. Like I said, Keaton Dudek he's not going to rush for negative yards tonight. It's just a matter of giving him a little bit of breathing room, and maybe you gain that by some of these short yards on first down.
2nd and 7, here's Green, back to pass, swings it out to Dudek. Dudek in the flat, makes a man miss. That's where he's so good in the open field, past the 50, lowers his shoulder, out of bounds. SAGU is in Wildcats territory. There is a flag in the backfield. Green kind of gets up slow.
And that's going to be roughing the passer. That could be 15
Personal
more.
foul. Roughing the passer, number 42, defense. 15 yards from the end of the play. First down.
Big yardage on the pitch and catch, and then 15 more on the personal foul. You got to think, hopefully Briley Green is okay, because he took a hard hit and was slow to get up.
He looked shook up there, but finally they get Keaton Dudek, as I said, with some space. When he only has to beat one man, he will beat one man 9 times out of 10. If there's 3 more guys, not much of a chance. Getting them out there in the flat, it was a great play call, and with the penalty, SAGU is now cooking down to the 33-yard line. So we're getting close to the midway point here in the second quarter.
The furthest drive so far tonight for the Lions. Quick hitter to the outside, finds Dudek. Dudek lowers the shoulder, keeps those feet moving, extends for an extra yard, They're going to get him for 7 there on first down, maybe 6. Makes it 2nd and 4.
Another just great pitch and catch. So far, it's been all safety valves for Briley Green on this drive. You see the change in strategy. Maybe a little bit of, don't want to say tugging on the reins, but you're saying, hey, you've got these guys. It's not a safety valve if Keaton Dudek can break it for 20 yards every time you toss it to him.
2nd and 4 after the first down completion to Dudek. Here is Green. Green back to pass. Lets it go down the far sideline, up and brings it in. An incredible catch. Zachary Johnson goes up and was blanketed in coverage and brings it in. SAGU's got the ball down, now inside the 10-yard line.
Absolutely spectacular coverage, but that is Briley Green putting the ball, allowing Johnson to kind of move back towards and away from the defender. Beautiful pitch and catch. And SAGU's facing 1st and goal as the offense is finally clicking here.
1st and goal from the 5. Biggest play of the night outside that Keaton Dudek reception earlier in this drive. SAGU's offense cooking. Now here halfway into the 2nd quarter. Green hands it off to Dudek. Dudek lowers the shoulder, gets down to the 3-yard line, so a gain of 2.
And I don't think that was too much of a surprise for anybody. Just look at these Wildcats. They're just swarming, and they're not getting pushed back. This is a good offensive line for the Lions. They're returning a lot of names. So this Wildcats defense is going up against veterans. This is not a green line. This is not a line that is still learning how to gel. They know what they're doing. The Wildcats are just winning their assignments up front. 2nd and goal from the 3 as we approach the 6-minute mark. SAGU trying to score their first points of the season and their first points total in this game.
Here is Green. He's going to hand it off to Dudek around the outside. He is in for the touchdown. Your SAGU Lions are on the board for the first time in this 2022 season. And while it might have taken a minute, is there any surprise as to who scores the first touchdown other than Keaton Dudek?
Mr. Touchdown himself, and as we kept saying, he's going to go off eventually. And this was the drive that he went off. 2 excellent passes, the 1 big game-breaking play attached with the 15-yard penalty, and Keaton Dudek with back-to-back carries finally finds an edge too. SAGU was finally able to seal an edge on that drive, whereas there was no room to run before.
Kieran Woodley on for the extra point is up, and it is good, and SAGU takes a 7-0 lead here with 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes left to go in the first quarter. And while it, like I said, might have taken longer than you would have liked, it's got to feel good to get that first one out of the way, especially with how well your defense is playing so far this half.
Playing spectacularly. And really what we saw on both offenses these last drives is adjustments. After 5 consecutive drives that led to punts with nary a first down to shake between the two of them, SAGU puts together a great drive, and Louisiana Christian was clicking more. So it'll be very interesting to see how now the defenses have to adjust. After they dictated everything the first 25 minutes of this ball game, the offenses have made adjustments. We saw Louisiana Christian with the 2 men in the backfield, and we saw SAGU kind of changing the way they looked. Although they went deep one time on that drive, and it was a perfect pass from Briley Green.
Kieran Woodley on to kick off here, back to the Wildcats. They'll look to try to answer back after that score from the Lions. Here is Woodley for the kickoff, and it is going to be a deep one over the head of the return man. And that is something we saw him do very well last season. Touchbacks from Mr. Kieran Woodley.
In a game like this, really that's the safest option. When your defense is dictating the pace of play, what you don't want to do is let it get into one playmaker's hand with some room to run. So you will take that touchback every single time, even as it comes out to the 25 these days. So now the Wildcats, again, they had a little bit of room to work with the last drive. They were clicking down the field. They were so close to scoring and might have gotten a field goal if it weren't for the botched snap, or botched hold rather. They just need to find a way to sustain that success as they saw their first sustained drive of the night.
How about the Lions capitalizing on a turnover on downs? 1st and 10, they're going to hand it off, looking for some running room, and there is none there. He's going to fall forward for a yard, and that is all that's going for this Louisiana Christian rushing offense.
It's getting a little chippy on the outside there.
A little bit, yeah.
Late pushing and shoving.
It's late. It's late. We're tired. We had an hour and a half lightning delay.
And if you're kind of the late pushing came from the offensive line of the Wildcats, and that's got to be frustrating when you're not winning up front like you want to. 1 yard gain. Louisiana Christian has slowed the pace down as well. But like early, they're trying to go a little bit too fast. Now they're being a lot more deliberate with what they're calling because they realize you can't just run straight at this Lions defense.
2nd and 9 here for the Wildcats. Back to pass is Palermo. Looking across the middle of the field. He's got a man. But there's that SAGU defense. I don't think he got a yard. He did not. No gain. Easy job for the official. Doesn't even have to move his feet. It's going to be 3rd and 9.
As it almost looked intercepted. There was no secondary receiver. But yeah, that's a curious route to run. You have 2 crossing routes, and the underneath guy is running vertically with no yards gained. He was at the line of scrimmage. You're not going to find a lot of success that way with how quick this Lions linebacker core is. They are going to get to you.
I think the last thing you want to do here if you're the Wildcats is go 3 and out after allowing a touchdown, first points of the game. Especially SAGU gets the ball back coming out of halftime. SAGU's sitting pretty here. On 3rd down, that ball misses everybody, out of bounds, incomplete. That'll bring up 4th down here. Deep in Wildcats territory. They will indeed bring the punting unit out here on 4th down. 4:21 left to go here in the first half.
Yeah, after a very tightly contested first half here, SAGU is looking at a golden opportunity. You're going to get the ball back here. Now, the way these drives have been going, I very much doubt this is going to be the last drive of the half. But still, you're getting the ball here. You get it first to start the second half. If you can put together another scoring drive to end this half and then get the ball to start, you can look at seizing control of this game.
And a punt is away. Jalen Moss brings it in. He's dangerous with the ball in his hands. Moss makes a man miss. He's past the 40. Gets hit, drives his feet down past the 45. We've seen Jalen Moss here the last few years. He is a defensive back, but when he gets the ball in his hands, he is as electric as any player in the country. And he was just a couple of moves, maybe one man missed away from breaking that one off for a touchdown.
Yeah, quick feet. And if there had been another little gap there, he could have gotten to the outside. But yeah, it's a cool thing to have. You know, sometimes you don't want to put your offensive players out there to make those returns just because you want to save them for the offense. So when you can have a guy who's already kind of warmed up on defense go back there and be such a dangerous return threat.
And he loves to do it. We've talked to Jalen Moss. One of his favorite things to do is get back there and return kicks. Here's Green. He steps up. He pumps. He's going to keep it himself. Looking to the outside. Ducks out of bounds. He's going to have a nice gain there on 1st down. Give him about 3. I thought maybe he stretched that ball out for the 4th yard, but give him 3, make it 2nd and 7.
Does a good job drifting traffic. Yeah, and I thought he got more than that too, but the ref is going to rule him out at the 48-yard line. Directing his blocks up ahead. The last drive, it felt like he had kind of gained control a little bit, starting to, command things a little bit better, and right there you see him pointing, just kind of directing every single level of it. And SAGU's approaching midfield.
Here's Green, 2nd and 7, back to pass. Let's go across the middle or looking towards the sideline. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. There's no receiver in the area. Green hits the ground again, though, on the release.
Yeah, I think he might have been hoping that when the crossing pattern was covered pretty well, because the odds are there, your outside receiver, I believe it was Paul Odidi, is supposed to kind of just distract away and leave the crossing route open. I think he was hoping when the crossing route was pretty well blanketed that Odidi might cut up field, so he kind of laid it into a dead spot out there, but Odidi had not made that second move. And so it'll be 3rd and 7. SAGU definitely, this would be a nice time to sustain, get a big 3rd down. We haven't seen a 3rd down conversion this evening, I don't believe.
Here's Green. Instant pressure looking across the middle behind his intended receiver. That was the big tight end, Khalil Jenkins. That brings up 4th down, and SAGU will bring back out the punting unit, led by Ryan Lewis.
And coming there, borderline untouched, was number 16 for the Wildcats, James Powell. And that was really the catalyst that forced that ball out quickly. So SAGU only uses about a minute of the clock. So as I said, definitely not the way these teams have been punting the ball back and forth, definitely not the last possession. Uh-oh, botch snap and still
he
gets it off.
killed. It gets the punt off, and a flag comes out. That is dangerous. Ryan Lewis was essentially a free hit. They tried to get the block and ended up missing everything and just killing the punter in the process. I am amazed that he was able to connect his foot to the ball there. That's unbelievable. Let's hope he's okay. He's getting up. He got up and walked off on his own power. So a tough play there by Lewis. We'll see what they call it. I mean, how can you call this anything but roughing the kicker?
It's tough because it's a loose ball, so I don't know if that changes the circumstance.
After discussion, there's no foul for running into the kicker.
There is no foul.
As the ball was partially blocked. First down,
the ball was
Louisiana
partially.
Christian.
I'm not sure it was.
It was not blocked.
It wasn't touched.
It definitely was not blocked.
It was a loose ball, which is fair. I'm struggling to see.
I mean, there's
no universe where that's blocked. No one even got a hand up.
It's definitely not blocked.
That's not the right call, but it was a loose ball, so you can get after the punt.
I understand the spirit of the call, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, because if the ball is loose and the punter has delayed kicking that long, if a punter fakes a punt and runs around the outside and then you hit him as he's trying to punt it, that's not roughing the punter.
No.
Once the ball is loose, the rules just do kind of change. So I don't think it's the correct reason, but I do think it's the correct call.
The correct no call, correct, yeah. Back to passes, Palermo looking deep. He's got a man open, down past the sideline. Did he get his feet in? He did not, was unable to tap the toes on that far sideline. That is a great ball by Palermo.
And just a beautiful outpost route, lays it in, and we'll watch it slow motion here. He only needs to get 1 foot in. Step. Oh, that's close. That last foot may have still been on the ground when the ball hit his hand. Definitely hard to tell from that angle, especially with the defender there. That is very close, though, and that one stings for Louisiana Christian because that was a great route, giving a guy wide open, and a beautiful pass from Palermo.
2nd and 10 here for the Wildcats. It's going to be an option. Palermo takes off. He's got a huge gain on 2nd down, close to the first down marker. He's going to be just shy. That makes it 3rd and no, they're going to give him the first down. 1st and 10 here for the Wildcats. I thought maybe he was about a half a yard short, but they give him the yardage, and he moves the sticks here for the Wildcats.
Yeah, looks like that little last extra effort got the ball to the 38-yard line where it needed. And the option is doing some work for the Wildcats. If they can, they essentially have to kind of hope the Lions don't bite on it because they are getting into the backfield. But when they're getting past that group, Palermo's finding some room to run.
Palermo, he's going to get tripped up, and he goes down. SAGU brings him down for a sack. Quick pressure there. He really didn't have much time to do anything. It's Damaris Heron.
It's going to be Heron who gets credit with that sack as he trips over his own player, but Heron is the one who forced it and is touching him as he went down. So Heron having quite an excellent day with this new look defense. He's come off the edge super quick a couple of times and made some plays in the secondary.
Makes it 2nd and 18 here as we approach 2 minutes left to play in the first half. Palermo allowing the clock to drain here. Doesn't want to give SAGU too much time here, maybe to close the half. Palermo keeps it himself, and he gets walloped. No gain there for Sal Palermo.
Zach Nelson, the linebacker, just moving to fill that gap. You see where the holes are, and you go and fill them. Zach Nelson steps right up in there. Absolutely no room for Palermo to get anything. 3rd and very long.
SAGU pocketing those timeouts here. They don't want to use them here on 3rd and long.
Yeah, I understand because you don't necessarily want to have to punt the ball back here in a second if you go 3 and out. Get the ball back and see what you do with it.
Back to pass. Palermo steps up. Let's go across the middle. In and out of his receiver's hands. Incomplete.
It might have been just shy of the first down, but it's Taj Smitch. Palermo stepping out of the pocket. A little bit of a wobbler, and that's going to hit Schmidt right in the hands and the chest. That's one he should have got. And it would have been very close. It would have just depended on where they ruled him down if that had been a big conversion on 4th and 19, but it will stop the clock. And so SAGU will get the ball back with just outside of a minute remaining.
The punt is away, facing heavy pressure. And it's going to be brought in by the up man. He's got some room to the outside. He's got room to run past the 50, down past the 40, ducks out of bounds. Heads up play by Justin Campbell. We've seen him make 2 big plays on special teams tonight. There is a flag on the field right at the 30-yard line.
And it might be a block in the back there at the 50 that's going to bring this ball back a little bit. There's some discussion. That didn't look like a full block in the back to me. And they will discuss it, so we will see what they rule. They're definitely pointing to spots on the field, so this will probably come back at least a little ways.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both on the receiving team. Personal foul, blindside block, number 20. That penalty is declined. Block in the back, number 86. It's 10 yards from the spot of the foul. First down, SAGU.
They take the lesser of the 2 penalties, but depending on where it was in terms of field position, it'll set the Lions back further.
And there's going to be the
block in the back.
That's what they're calling the block in the back. And so that will put the ball back to about the 39-yard line. Yeah, so it probably, even though it's less yardage technically, the 15 yards would have come from the end of the run. Therefore, taking what is essentially, like I said, the lesser of the 2 penalties actually nets you more yards. So it does erase a great heads-up play by Justin Campbell, who, 2 big special teams play for a down the depth chart wide receiver.
Here is Green. He's going to let it go down the sideline, looking for Odidi. Odidi brings it in and then makes a move to try to get a couple more yards. Paul Odidi.
Briley Green's been looking for this one all game, and he finally puts it where his 6'5" receiver can go up and get it. Doing a little bit extra dive down to the 41-yard line. SAGU will use a timeout with 48 seconds left to stop the clock. And Briley Green looks like he's set.
SAGU elected to take their first charge time out of the half.
Been looking for that late shot all game, and it's finally paying off here these last couple of drives here for the Lions.
And he's the balls that were about a yard too high he's leveled them out. He's figuring out the playing field. This is just a gorgeous pass.
Despite the almost 2-hour delay, the Lions defense has been tenacious in the first half.
Sometimes it won't. And Odidi's going to go up high and get it.
That's a risky move, too, to make that extra effort, because you spin around and extend that ball. It comes out and hits the ground. It might be ruled incomplete. That's a risky move. It worked out, but
it's one of those times that sometimes you see a guy, who's 5 yards short of the first down marker and pushing that ball a little bit further. I don't know if it's worth the extra 2 yards there. It's worth it at the goal line, but Odidi does a great job hanging on to it. Lays it right in, and he will dive forward. And no movement, luckily for him. So 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. SAGU still has 2 timeouts in their pocket.
48 seconds left to go in the first half.
Plenty of time to get into field goal range, or maybe a little more.
Here's Briley Green, fakes the handoff. He's going to roll out, looking for a man down the field. He's got a guy on the corner, and he's going to fall just shy of getting out of bounds. It looks like he had his big tight end on the outside.
The ball does come loose here, but another great play call. Man underneath, man up top, forced him to make a decision. The ball will come loose, but I guess they're going to say he had established possession.
Zach Fuller on the reception. Clock's still running here.
It really shouldn't have stayed running. He went out of bounds.
He was down before he went out of bounds.
See, I think that's caught SAGU off guard.
SAGU has elected to take their second charge time out of the half.
The second time out here for SAGU. They've got the ball right at the 25-yard line. A couple of first down passes from Briley Green to Paul Odidi and Zach Fuller have them in very good field position here.
4 seconds.
Definitely in field goal range here for the preseason Sooner Athletic Conference Special Teams player of the conference. Kieran Woodley definitely in field goal range here.
Never hurts to pick up a few more. Like
Absolutely.
You still have a timeout left. You're moving the ball very well, pulling out a good selection of play calls. You're only 25 yards away from the end zone, but either way, coming away with a score here would be so huge with you getting the ball first to start the second half. With how your defense has performed, if you are somehow able to establish a 3-score lead, you will just love the position you're in.
34 seconds. They put 34 seconds back on the clock. 1st and 10 here for SAGU. Green, 5 wide, empty backfield. He's going to get rid of it quickly, and he finds his man Keaton Dudek on the outside. He has got a first down that'll stop the clock for the time being until they get it set here. 28 seconds. Back-to-back-to-back completions for first downs for Briley Green. Back to pass again. He's going to go quick, looking for the corner of the end zone. Incomplete. Looking for Zachary Johnson. That'll stop the clock at 17 seconds.
How about the confidence, though, letting Briley Green call a play and get up to the line of scrimmage. Didn't just say clock it, go get a play out there, and it was a nice pass. That right there, though, it almost seemed a little bit of miscommunication. And Zachary Johnson almost breaks that up. Oh, it was Paul O'Didi. Almost went up and broke up the pass. They were probably a little bit too close to each other for how Briley Green wanted them there, but instead drops it in for Dudek. A couple of big catches for him now to spark the Lions. 2nd and 10 from the 11.
Here is Green. He's back to pass, lobbing it to the end zone. Incomplete, but a flag comes out. He was looking for Paul O'Didi right on that front pylon, and that is just tough to guard if you are a defensive back.
Yeah, that's a touchdown otherwise. If he had not interfered, that's a touchdown, so that's one you will take.
Pass interference, number 21, defense. I ruled the ball to be placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic first down.
And with the Lions no longer able, this is when the rules change in college. When it does become essentially a spot foul, they place the ball at the 2, not the 1 like it would be in the NFL. So 13 seconds left. You got a timeout, so you definitely, a running play is still in your repertoire here. You can still hand it off to Dudek. And you probably have time, even with a run, for 2 plays before you have to start thinking about kicking a field goal.
Here is Green, 1st and goal from the 2. Going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek trying to bounce it outside, just nothing doing for Keaton Dudek. And SAGU will use that 3rd timeout with 8 seconds left on the clock. Now it makes it a little bit more interesting because the huge loss of yardage puts a little bit more real estate between you and the end zone, and SAGU will indeed trot out the field goal unit with Kieran Woodley.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they are going to go ahead and settle for it, as Woodley does come out immediately after that timeout. Honestly, makes sense because you do have time for one more pass to the end zone here, but in a game in which points have been at this much of a premium and defenses have been this good, I do not – Oh, they're setting it back to the middle. I do not question overly. Oh, maybe they are going to.
Still technically in the timeout here.
So so they weren't allowed to set.
And the play, it looks like they signaled for the play clock.
So it looks like a little bit of miscommunication on SAGU, and they will bring the offense back out.
Back out here.
So I was fine with the decision. I was actually fine with the decision. But SAGU will bring the offense back out for one last crack at the touchdown. Dangerous situation here. You can't be in bounds. It has to be end zone or nothing, and it has to be pretty quick.
Here's Green. He's going to go for Paul O'Didi. Goes up. Can't bring it in. 4 seconds left on the clock. Now we will see the field goal unit come out on the field. I think everybody in the stadium might have been able to see what play was drawn up there.
And that's pretty much the only play. Throw it where only one guy can get it. And O'Didi had a shot. A little bit of a dangerous bounce there. So at the very last minute, SAGU says, well, you know what? We got the down. We do have the time. It's going to O'Didi. Small, as long as Briley Green, I like that. I do like trusting your quarterback to make a right decision there. And that'll be Kieran Woodley.
Snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. And that will do it for the first half. SAGU goes up 10-0. They get points and will receive the second half kickoff. Once we return to action, a very, very almost unexpected maybe defensive first half. We expected maybe a little bit more of a low-scoring offense, but I'm not sure we expected something this low-scoring.
Definitely did not expect a 10-0 first half. Maybe, the Sooner Athletic Conference, a low-scoring first half is 17-14. But the absolute defensive dominance we saw on both sides of the ball. SAGU, though, making some nice moves late. 2 really solid drives. One leading in a touchdown. One that if you'd had that third down, you had to kick the field goal. You kind of ran out of time. If you had an extra play or two, who knows what would have happened. But it is SAGU who goes into the half leading 10-0 and getting the ball first. They have to be thrilled with how that half went on the defensive side of the ball and happy with how the offense has progressed. Briley Green has looked so much better on these last few drives. He's been in command, and while I was totally fine with kicking the field goal where they were, I do like the show of confidence, saying, you know what, go out there. We're going to trust you not to make a mistake here, to throw a quick pass. Maybe it's a touchdown, maybe it's not, but we don't think you're going to end this drive. Looking around the conference here, Ottawa, of course, up big online in the fourth quarter, and Langston up by 21 on Oklahoma Panhandle State, so no real surprises there. Obviously, Hardin Simmons blew out Wayland Baptist earlier. The matchup of the night happens later this evening. Kickoff actually starting. Kickoff should be happening any minute now between Arizona Christian and Texas Wesleyan. So we'll have some updates for you as that game progresses. But meanwhile, right here, SAGU starting off their 2022 campaign. We mentioned it. The defensive guy, the Pro Bowl defensive end, the comeback player of the year 2007. Coach Greg Ellis loves defense, and he has to be thrilled that his first half of coaching at SAGU comes with 0 points allowed. Yeah.
Pitching a shutout so far is the SAGU defense. So let's recap the scoring for you so far in this one, as there's not a ton of it, but there is some. SAGU first points on the board after a botched snap field goal attempt by the Wildcats. It looked like they were going to have a good shot at their first points of the game, and they end up squandering that opportunity. Keaton Dudek from 2 yards out, and then to close the half, a Kieran Woodley field goal, and that is where we stand, 10-0. Speaking of the defense, pitching a shutout here so far in the first half, we have our field reporter Jazz Williams live with defensive coordinator Jared Hutchins as we get to find out what he thinks about his new look defense. He is the man calling the plays. And actually, we caught up with him during that weather delay. He's calling the plays for the first time from up here in the booth.
You know what? They were kind of iffy about it. They were like, it's coaches don't like change. They're like, yeah, we're calling it. We'll see how it is. We'll see if I can stay up here or not. Hey, after that half, I think you're calling the plays from the booth.
It looks like he's ready with Jazz. Jazz and. Not quite yet, but as you're saying, coaches hate change, or they don't like change. He was a former player here at SAGU. So he loves that feel, that vibe of the sideline, and is always ready, always loving to be around the players. So it's got to be a little bit different being up here in the booth to call those plays. And we talked. He said he doesn't know how he feels about it yet, but after a half like that, you got to love what they're doing. You got to love what your defense is looking like, flying after the ball, stuffing the run, not giving up anything in the passing game.
And going back a second ago to that muffed kick, that little progression of plays, where it looked like Louisiana Christian was going to have second and short inside the SAGU 5-yard line, but a holding penalty pushed them back, and a few plays later they have a muffed kick. That could be the game-changing series.
We're going to go live down to Jazz Williams, who's with defensive coordinator Jared Hutchins. Jazz, down to you. Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Coach Hudgens. Don't go anywhere. Half number 2 coming your way here in about 15 minutes. The Lions lead the Wildcats 10-0 live right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
Raising Cane's makes perfect chicken finger meals by marinating every chicken finger for 24 hours. That's a long time. I don't even know what I was doing 24 hours ago. But those mouth-watering chicken fingers were marinating the entire taste-tempting time. Impressive, since 24 hours is longer than most celebrity marriages. On that note, our chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, and Texas
Here is the perfect chicken finger. 4 of them, actually. They're hand battered. They're cooked to order. And made with love. Raising Cane's chicken fingers will make you say, "Oh yeah." Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
a lot of people think of the NAIA, they think, oh, the talent level is less. The talent level is not as great. That is just not true. You know, there's some great athletes out here that maybe didn't have the size or the athletic ability to play at D1 or D2, but the talent level out here is tremendous. If I could give anybody advice or pitch that to anybody, I'd say give the NAIA a chance. It's a great place to play.
At Raising Cane's, we're huge football fans, but we're also fans of your local fundraisers and fun runs, small victories, and big ideas. And yes, even the neighborhood animal shelter. I was getting to that. Plus over 30,000 other partners in the communities we serve. When you order our hand-battered chicken fingers, craveable cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade to cheer on your home team, you're also supporting your hometown. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
They're lifelong friends. It's not. You can find people that either have the same, able to network, but they're also going to help.
I built opportunities for you, and they guide you to your
Community starts here.
Men and women whose lives are pleasing to God, and that's worth everything.
It is so randomly interspersed with like news.
Welcome back to the SAGU Sports Network. We are getting ready here for the second half. We understand there were some technical difficulties there during the halftime interview. I spoke with Jazz Williams about what Coach Hudgens had to say. He talked about the delay in the game due to the weather and whether or not that had a difference on how his defense came out. And he said, not really. The intensity was able to be kept up. They were tenacious. They didn't allow the delay to get to them at all mentally, emotionally. They were ready to go. He credits that to the senior leadership on the defense. And then segueing to that senior leadership is Keandre Belcher and Damaris Herron, both taking on new roles in this style of defense. We talked about Belcher essentially switching from a defensive tackle to a nose tackle. There's a big difference there in terms of what your defense is doing. But Damaris Herron as well, kind of playing a little bit of a rover all around the field. We've seen him with a couple of pass breakups, some QB hurries, even has a sack. He's definitely moved into this new role, and he wanted to talk about how they inspire the rest of the defense and how they are selfless and humble in their new roles on this new 3-4 defense. And then just going into the second half here, how they wanted the defense to be played, to just play your game, keep it going. He sees no reason to change anything up because the defense has definitely worked so far, especially in that first half. He doesn't see a reason until Louisiana Christian is able to figure something out. The defense will stay the same. The defense will keep doing what they do.
Outside of about 3 plays on the one drive that got Louisiana Christian into scoring position, it was a masterclass for SAGU's defense. They forced essentially 5 3-and-outs, and one drive they essentially forced 2 3-and-outs in the same drive, in which they had a late roughing the passer penalty and then immediately forced another 3-and-out afterwards. It was a spectacular defensive performance, exactly what you want to see coming out of the season. And as we were mentioning right before we went into the half, the offense seemed to have settled down a little bit. The ball placement was really solid coming out of Briley Green's hands. They had finally found a way to get the ball to Keaton Dudek. He was making some plays in space. So it's all looking up for the Lions right now, including the fact that they will start the second half with the ball. Wildcats are going to be relying on what had been a stellar defensive performance themselves to disrupt a little bit of Lions momentum, because you do not want to go down 3 scores. 3 scores in college football these days does not feel insurmountable by any means. In this game, it does feel a little more insurmountable, though, with how good these two defenses have been. Looking around, still 2 blowouts over there, and then we were seeing a live look-in moments ago with Texas Wesleyan and Arizona Christian. Yeah, Wesleyan is up 11-0.
An odd score there.
But Arizona Christian is threatening at the start of the second half at the 1-yard line, so we'll keep our eyes on that one.
Looks like they're just starting the second quarter.
Oh, yeah, sorry, second quarter, as that is one of the biggest games. As a touchdown for the Firestorm there will bring them closer. Definitely the biggest game week 1, or week 1.5, let's call it, in the Sooner Athletic Conference. That could very early on dictate who's going to win this conference.
I know for a fact that you saw that 11 on that scoreboard and your scoregami started going off in your head. I know it. You can't hide it from me, Tim.
I'm doing the math of what it needs to get to stay that way.
We are underway here in the second half. That kick is returned by Jalen Moss. Gets out past the 25-yard line, and that is where SAGU and Briley Green will take over. And we get a flag. It's starting to get a little bit chippy here. Some extracurricular activities after the play.
Every defensive slugfest turns into a little bit of a chippy battle. So, speaking of scoregami, did you see that Iowa State game
After
today?
play,
7-3 with 2 safeties.
Number 2 of the kicking team. 15 yards from there to the run.
Well, that's going to be on my mind is 2 safeties in a 7-3 game is odd.
Yes. But that's a big break for the Lions, getting 15 extra yards.
Tack it on after the end of the run, so it'll go from about the 28 to the 43. So SAGU with very good field position here to start this second half.
You want to play aggressive, you want to play strong, but you don't want that. You're about to start, your opponent's going to be in regular field position. Instead, they have really good field position. And their offense has shown a little bit of life. Can't be making mistakes like that if you're Louisiana Christian.
Back to pass is Green. Swings it out to the flat. He's got his tight end out there, number 13, Khalil Jenkins. And he's got, we'll call it 4 yards there on first down.
Safe out route from tight ends. We've seen a couple of those now from Briley Green. Picking up those little extra yards you need on first down. You don't need it all. Just pick up a couple of yards. Frees up other players to do other things. Opens up the playbook. 2nd and 10, everybody knows you're passing.
Here is Green on 2nd down. Back to pass. Plants the foot. Lets it go deep down the sideline. Zachary Johnson had one hand on it. Tried to bring it in and could not complete the catch. That would have been one for the highlight tapes for Zachary Johnson.
And Zachary Johnson is apologizing all the way back. That is a spectacular throw and just couldn't get it in. He'd have had a foot race. Probably wouldn't have gotten to the end zone. But a tough drop there from a guy who usually you rely on. You're not expecting that from Zachary Johnson. He's usually going to be the guy that's going to pull down the difficult catch, not drop the easy one. So it brings up 3rd and mid.
3rd and 6 here for Briley Green. Empty backfield, 5 wide. They bring pressure. Quick hitter across the middle, off the hands of Paul O'Didi. Was perhaps a little bit behind him. Could not get all the way around, and that brings up 4th down, and the punting unit will come out for the Lions, again led by Ryan Lewis.
Behind him and zipped in there with that pressure coming from both edges. So a quick 3 and out with one drop and another pass that was pretty well thrown, but just a little bit behind. So SAGU just ever so slightly off right there. Keeps them from potentially breaking this game open. Big stop, necessary stop for the Wildcats.
The punt is away, end over end. It's going to hit right at the 20 and settle right at the 16-yard line. So mark that down as a punt inside the 20 for Ryan Lewis. Good job by the special teams unit for SAGU. They've had a really good night tonight. Kieran Wildley with a field goal to end the half, and Ryan Lewis be icing that foot tomorrow, but he's had a very, very good night punting for the SAGU Lions.
Yep, great coffin corner punt earlier in the game. Solid one there, pinning the Wildcats inside their 20, as well as some good returns in the kicking game. So, yeah, SAGU definitely winning the special teams battle overall.
1st and 10. Here's Palermo. Palermo is going to hand it off, looking around the outside. Damaris Herron can't clean it up, but there's a host of his teammates behind him, and he's going to get brought down for a loss of 2.
And it's going to be Herron on the tackle anyways. He's going to be the first man around the corner, does not get sealed, goes to the ground, helps throw the running back for a loss, and he's going to finish it up. You don't see that very often, where the guy who disrupts the play and forces the guy into traffic is still the guy that makes the tackle. Herron having quite the first game of the season, as he's credited with a 2-yard tackle for loss there.
2nd and 12. Here's Palermo, sends a man in motion. He is back to pass. He rolls out, stops. He's going to let it go deep down the sideline. No one there. Incomplete pass. The intended receiver wearing number 80 was Terrence Williams.
Terrence Williams is going to cut in here, and I think Palermo thought he was going out. Williams is making the dash towards the 50, but instead, if he'd have gone out, that might have been thrown in exactly where he needed it. Miscommunication brings up 3rd and long.
Third and 12 here for the Wildcats. Just 2 minutes gone here in the second half to start here. Palermo facing 3rd and long, what seems like all night. He is back to pass. Facing pressure, steps up, lets it go deep. Knocked away, incomplete pass intended for his receiver, number 6, Cannon Leon, and it was broken up by Carter Lincoln on the outside with good coverage.
Number 31, we've already called his name a few times. Blanketed coverage all the way downfield with getting pressure on the quarterback. It's not like he's getting plenty of time to throw and there's just great coverage. The Lions are getting to him, forcing him to get the ball out of his hands, and there's still nowhere to go with it. Punting from his own goal line now. He's had some good ones here tonight, and he needs another one here to try to flip this field.
And it's going to be a short punt. Lands just at the 40. SAGU's got to get away from it. And it takes a fortunate bounce as it does end up going past midfield.
Still will be solid field position, and SAGU's been bringing some pressure up the middle there. Yeah, but for that to drop at the 39, getting a good 13, 14 yards worth of roll out of it. If that had bounced the wrong way, Wildcats would have been in trouble.
Caught about a 41, maybe 42-yard punt there.
Yeah, in the end, it's not too bad thanks to the roll. Briley Green returns to the field. Keaton Dudek, he's had his moments, but he definitely hasn't just gone off and taken over yet. You want him to start getting stuff on the ground, maybe start trying to run the clock a little bit.
Here he goes in motion, empty backfield. Green lets it go down the sideline, looking deep again. Intended receiver was Adrian Rowell. Incomplete, out of bounds.
Looks just kind of almost a safe throwaway pass. If Rowell had kind of read where he was going, maybe go quick up the field, try to catch it on the sideline, but not a whole lot to look at. As good as the SAGU secondary has been, Louisiana Christian has pretty much matched them blow for blow. The only SAGU big plays through the passing game have come with blanketed coverage and just been perfect throws and great catches.
2nd and 10 here for Green. Sends Rowell in motion. He's going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek bounces it to the outside. Stutter steps. And he makes it past the initial defender. He's got a good gain there on 2nd down. He's going to make it 3rd and we'll call it 3. Good run there on 2nd down for Dudek, his best of the night.
Yeah, got to get Dudek to the outside. Even with the blocks not sealed, he does a good job. And I would have given him an extra yard there. They're marking him out at the 45. Doesn't look like he stepped out of bounds there at all. Should have at least been the 44, but it will bring up a 3rd and 3. Yeah, getting Dudek to the edges, no matter which way you do it, is how you have to succeed with him.
Empty backfield here for Briley Green. Looks like they're going to bring pressure, and they do. Got to get rid of it quickly. It is going to be intercepted by Louisiana Christian. Miscommunication there. It looked like Keaton Dudek and the receiver on the outside, Zachary Johnson, were in the same area, and off his back foot right into the arms of 21. That is Benny Clark II.
And they're fortunate that he just kind of fell to his knees after that misplaced throw. And yeah, just kind of, it looks like two guys were running the same route. It looked like miscommunication. Somebody should have gone somewhere else. But they both ran to the same spot on the field. And so that meant there were two defenders standing in the exact same spot. Easy interception. First turnover of the game for either team.
One of the keys we talked about in pregame was to clean up or keep the turnovers to a minimum. Here on 1st down, looking for any sort of running room, and it is just not there. The Lions defense flying to the ball. That's going to be a loss of a lot there on 1st down.
Damaris Heron again winning that corner battle. Throws Briscoe off his feet and then comes in and helps finish it off all the same with who else? Keandre Belcher right in the middle of it all. That'll be a loss of 7. Just no room to work with for Louisiana Christian.
Second and 17 here for the Wildcats. They're going to hand it off again. This time he's got a little bit of room, but he's going to get upended just a yard shy of the original line of scrimmage. Makes it 3rd and 11.
It's Carter Lincoln coming in and throwing down a shoulder to throw him off his feet. That's what's just so amazing. These guys have been so versatile tonight. It's been Lincoln who plays in the secondary, one-on-one coverage, batting balls down, and then right here he just throws his body in the middle and disrupts a speeding rusher to bring up 3rd and 11.
Palermo checks with the sideline. This is a big 3rd down here. They'd like to convert it to try to keep this drive alive, especially after the turnover. Palermo back to pass. He's looking to his right. He rolls out to his right. Lets it go deep downfield. Incomplete. Intended receiver, Cannon Leon.
And not a whole lot of pass rush that time, but still nowhere to go. This is essentially triple coverage. Nowhere to go with the ball. Palermo has just Again, nowhere for him to aim. He's had one or two open receivers on the night, and one of those was a narrow incompletion thanks to the receiver stepping out of bounds. Other than that, just no room to work.
We saw Micah Dunn leave the game earlier with an injury, and it looks like the new favorite target for Palermo is going to be Cannon Leon. SAGU goes for the block. They miss it. And that's going to be a pretty good punt down there. What else more can you ask for from your punter? Facing heavy pressure, gets it down inside the 40-yard line, and that is where the Lions will take over here. About 5 gone here to start this second half.
And a very similar start to this half as how we started the game out. 3 3-and-outs and an interception. SAGU did pick up a first down in there on one play, but other than that, the defenses have picked up right where they left off. 4 drives in just over 4 minutes.
First and 10 here for the SAGU Lions. Green has Dudek in the backfield. 2 out wide to his right, 1 to his left. He sends a man in motion. Back to pass, looking to the flat. Too high for his intended receiver that time. Colby Tanner.
Colby Tanner's not nearly as tall as Paul Odidi. That's one that Odidi might be able to go up and get. But those passes that had leveled off, they're sailing a little bit high again right now on Briley Green. You just got to find a way to finesse it there.
Makes it 2nd and 10 here for Briley Green in the SAGU offense.
Late substitution will bring in tight end Khalil Jenkins in place of fullback Lachelle Tibbett. And we'll see who gets called for that movement. Almost seems simultaneous, which usually goes against the offense.
Prior to the snap, false start, 78, offense, 5-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
Hunter Griffin gets called for the false start. That's going to make it 2nd and 15.
SAGU has not had a ton of penalties tonight. They've kept it pretty much under control. They had the 1 roughing the passer penalty early in the game, and they've had 2 illegal men downfield penalties that erased first downs, a block in the back here or there, but nothing too bad. That one stings. You hate the pre-snap penalties.
Here's Green. He gets killed as he throws. It's going to be intercepted again. Same man on the outside looking for Zachary Johnson. Back-to-back drives ended from Clark. He's going to pick it off, and 2 interceptions in a row here for Briley Green.
And that's one where he read it. That's been the go-to pass now for Briley Green. Knowing the coverage is there, he's been relying on his receivers to take the underneath route and box out the defender and go up and make that catch. That time, Benny Clark is going to go up, cut underneath, and pick that one off. 2 interceptions in 2 drives, and this one will give the Wildcats great field position. Wildcats offense needs to capitalize here. You get handed 2 turnovers in a row. You haven't scored yet. You got to find a way to go pick up 55 yards here.
Here is Palermo after the turnover. Let's see if they can capitalize this time. He hands it off up the middle, and Keandre Belcher got a mitt on the running back, and he just went nowhere. Lucky to get a gain of 1.
Belcher getting blocked. He's got one hand, running full speed. It looks cartoonish. If that were a Scooby-Doo cartoon, I mean, you would have had the little legs running in midair. Just freezes you in your tracks with one hand. It's practically unfair what Keandre Belcher can do to you in the middle.
They'll call it a gain of 2, make it 2nd and 8. Looking for an option, and it is swallowed up. Zach Nelson, the first man there, the tackle for loss. Throws him back for a loss of 3, making it 3rd and 11.
Credit Jalen Moss on the outside. He was not giving an inch, and that's what made Palermo think twice about pitching it out. When you run the option, you hope one of them is good. So far tonight, there haven't been any options. Even with multiple looks, SAGU's covering all of them.
Third and 11. Here's Palermo getting the play from the sideline. trying to capitalize on the second turnover of the evening for Green. Here's Palermo, back to pass, deep drop, lets it go down the sideline, double coverage, it's going to be intercepted. SAGU gets the ball right back. Isaac Gowdy on the outside.
And who else but Damaris Hare is going to be the one to cut inside, blitz up the middle, forces an errant pass into double coverage, and SAGU answers right back with an interception of their own. Back at the 20-yard line. And it feels like the quarterbacks, I feel like those have been some frustration interceptions of just, I'm going to throw it up there. I know it's not there. I've just got to make something happen. And honestly, for Louisiana Christian, that's not the worst thing to happen. That's almost an arm punt in that situation.
Essentially, yeah, on 3rd and 11.
Yeah, I mean, your punter's been really good, but probably wouldn't have been a ton better than pinning the Lions at the 20. But that does just feel like the frustration's getting to you, and you've got to start forcing things. That can open things up for some big defensive plays.
They're going to hand it off here on 1st down. Keaton Dudick, nothing going there. They're going to give him a yard, maybe 2 on the 1st down carry.
Micah Latin right in the middle as well. Both number zeros tonight, dominating the rushing attack. Keandre Belcher for the Lions, and Micah Latin has been just in Keaton Dudick's ear all night. He has not found any room to run. He's had a couple of nice catches, but the NAIA's leading rusher from last year has not had any ground to tread upon.
Green hands it off again. Dudick trying to show some patience. Not able to get anything there. He's going to give him maybe a yard that makes it 3rd and 7.
And yet again, it's Micah Latin in on the stop. As SAGU just doing, again, you need to establish something. You need to establish something with Keaton Dudick. I get it. But I don't think you're finding it up the middle. You got to find a way to get him to the edges. That's where he's been successful tonight, both in the passing game and his 1 or 2 nice rushes. It's tough because Louisiana Christian can match you size and speed to the corners. Brings up 3rd and 7.
Here is Green. Dudick in the backfield. He's back to pass. Swings it out to Dudick over his head. Incomplete. A flag comes in late. I think we're going to get a roughing the passer, as it looked like Briley Green was hit hard as he threw. Oh yeah, right on
late.
Yep, we're on the blind side.
Nothing the passer. Fit. Number 99. 15 yards from the previous spot. Automatic down.
Wilbert Robertson Jr. is going to get flagged for the late roughing the passer. And on what would have otherwise been another SAGU 3 and out. And the ball's clearly out, and that's just not a heads-up play. Your heads up, you knew the ball was out. That's just wanting to lay a lick on the quarterback. But not a wise play because it gives SAGU a free 1st down when otherwise they would have been punting for their 2nd time this half. A little bit of new life now up to the 38-yard line.
Here's Green back to pass. Let's go out to the flat, finds Dudick. Dudick makes a man miss, gets past the 40, turns on the Jets, lowers the shoulder. He's got a 1st down, and he's past midfield.
You still keep seeing those sparks, and that's where they found it with these little screens to the flat. He's always going to beat the first guy, and he takes what I said last year all the time. He takes the right route. He just sees the play developing downfield and knows where to run. As soon as he breaks that tackle, he can just do the trigonometry in his head to head to the right spot on the field to pick up the most yards possible. SAGU breaks into Wildcat territory.
Here is Green on 1st down. Fakes the handoff. He's rolling out to his right, looking towards the sideline. Nice diving catch by Jenkins, his tight end.
Khalil Jenkins has been pretty reliable on that quick out route there. This time picks up a little bit more than the 3 or 4 they've been picking up. Play action and some motion. That low route, high route.
For an injured player.
Injured player on the Wildcats, but that low route, high route they've been running primarily with Adrian Rao and Khalil Jenkins has been working pretty well. It forces the linebackers to bite on one or the other. I don't want to call it an option because technically when you're throwing everything's an option, but it does feel a lot tighter. And if the linebacker drops back to cover the tight end, you drop it underneath to your little speedy receiver. If they kind of crash on him, that means you've got a reliable 7 yards on first down. Leaving the field there will be number 9, Tyron Young, leaving on his own power after that play.
Coming out of the injury timeout, it will be 2nd and 3 here for the Lions.
In a game like this, usually a hot, humid night like this with a lot of plays, a lot of punts, the war of attrition wears down on the defense. But when the defense has dictated the entire game, it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's the offenses that are getting weary as everything has stayed pretty strong on both ends of these defenses.
2nd and 3, he sends a man in motion. It's Rowell. And a flag comes out. We're going to get a false start here. So SAGU will march back 5 yards, making it 2nd and 8.
Number 2. 5.
And it's Keaton Dudek who's going to get flagged. Left the blocks a little early. Moves you back to a 2nd and 8. Pre-snap penalties. They are the ankle biters of football. They don't just erase huge gains. They don't knock you back 15 yards. But with a single flinch, a 2nd and 3 becomes a 2nd and 8, and the playbook changes.
Green fakes a handoff. He's going to take out, running for his life. Gets the ball off as he is taken down, and it falls incomplete. And that's about as good of an outcome as you can ask for. He was facing immediate pressure.
Yeah, just keeping this 3rd and manageable with how fast this came. No room to run. Almost broke free of it, but a good job of identifying where the receiver was and dropping it at his feet. Still 3rd and manageable here.
Third and 8 here for the SAGU offense. Sends a man in motion. It's Rowell. And we get a whistle.
Delay a game.
Delay a game.
Number 1, offense.
Intended receiver. That is Jordan Malone. Intended receiver. That is Jordan Malone. That brings up 4th down, and the punting unit will come out here. Again, led by Ryan Lewis. Been a busy man tonight.
So pretty much like a lot of these drives have been, one nice play to Keaton Dudek got you into good field position. But after that, it was nothing doing. Well, really, obviously, you had the roughing the passer penalty, kept the drive alive, and then one nice play. And now you're punting it away again, but at least you have the opportunity to perhaps pin the Wildcats deep.
That play took a little bit to get going. A flag does come out on contact with the punter. Fair catch called for and brought in. It's going to be inside the 10-yard line as it stands. We'll see what they call here. Of course, there are the 2 different calls here for roughing or running into the kicker.
And this would appear to just be running into as they're asking SAGU coaches what they want to do. And I imagine SAGU will just decline it as the punt was fielded at the 10-yard line. You're not going to get a whole lot better than that, even with 5 extra yards. In fact, it could be worse. You might hit it for a touchback.
Running into the kicker. Receiving team, number 22. That penalty's declined. First down. Louisiana Christian.
And as you have it, they will decline the penalty. So the Wildcats will set up right around their 10-yard line. They're going to call it the 11-yard line. So all in all, a good punt by SAGU. Ryan Lewis doing a good job tonight, keeping the field position game in favor of the Lions as the Wildcats are backed up inside their own 15.
And we got a new look for the Wildcats here, looking like a little bit of a Wildcat, in fact.
You've been waiting all night to say that, Tim. Running to the outside is new up man taking the direct snap. Number 15.
That'll be James Powell
James
Sr.,
Powell.
who is actually listed as the backup quarterback. So perhaps just going with a whole new quarterback look, as it just has not worked for Sal Palermo tonight. He's had some good throws, but nothing to show for it. So digging into their bag here a little bit, throwing a different quarterback. Looks a little bit bigger, a little bit stockier, perhaps, again, running straight out of the gap there. So this really is more of a Wildcat look.
He's going to pitch it to the outside, and that is swallowed up immediately by the SAGU defense. A flag does come in late, and in the back where it's thrown usually is holding. I'm curious to see what this call might be.
And it will be on the Lions.
They're going to get...
Personal foul. Illegal block below the waist. Number 7, defense. 50 yards from the spot. Automatic first down.
They get Damaris Heron on a block below the waist. You saw him cut the two guys that were out there trying to block him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what he was even trying to do. It almost looked more like he just sort of fell to the ground and tripped up the player. It didn't look like an intentional dive below the waist to block in that situation, but a big 15-yard penalty will give the Wildcats some much-needed breathing room and perhaps some offensive life with a new quarterback into the game.
James Powell Jr., the new quarterback. He's going to keep it himself, is met immediately by Damaris Heron. Heron makes up for that penalty right there with a huge loss. Going to bring him down for a loss of close to 6.
And that's just not going to work. You're going to need more than just a simple option look. You either need a quick guy to throw it to or another guy to block for you, because the moment that Damaris Heron rolls into the ball, you're not getting away from him. Even if Heron didn't get him, Lions are stacked with players there. You know, you're going to get thrown off your feet by Jalen Moss or somebody else.
Call it 2nd and 15. Here is Powell Jr. Back to pass. He rolls out to his right. Looking deep down the field. Has a man. It's going to be underthrown and intercepted. SAGU with their second interception. He's got some room to run. He's down past the 30. Tiptoeing on the sidelines. Gets taken out inside the 20. A flag comes in late. Intercepted by Trevion McNeil.
He's had some excellent defenses tonight. And this time he's just going to step right underneath an underthrown ball, take it back inside the red zone. There will be a flag that might march this back a little bit.
After the interception, number 10, defense, 10 yards from the spot of the foul.
Get these guys on the return. It's out there doing whatever they.
Is forcing Powell out of the pocket. And a return from a 25-yard.
Junior actually with the tackle forced the ball out. Dudek trying to fight off.
On a set.
Jones with the tackle. Dudek head on.
Other long yard play on after that.
The pass. Looking
on a Christian 18-14 out in the Sun Devil State. Oh, and actually they just gone up 25-14. So Texas Wesleyan stretching to an 11-point lead. Our pregame pick right now with an 11-point lead in the clear match of the week, and possibly a turnover by the Firestorm there. As we return to action here at Lumpkin Stadium.
Kieran Woodley on the kick here for the Lions, and extending the lead to 13-0.
It's very fitting that last drive was essentially a defense and special teams score.
Oh, yeah. Returning it from the 1 yard line, bouncing it outside. Trying to make a man miss on the outside. He's going to get past the 25. A long return there
by
Max Pardon.
Yeah, he's had some looks. And there is a flag that comes in that might erase some of this. When you go that long, the chances of holds or blocks in the back just increase exponentially. Referees.
Return. Personal foul. Illegal blindside block, number 52 of the kicking team. 15 yards from the end run. First down, Louisiana Christian.
So what had been a pretty clean penalty game for the Lions has gotten a little bit sloppy on these last few drives. What's interesting is it's been uncommon penalties. You're not going to see a blindside block on the kicking team. It's going to be the returning team. Likewise, a moment ago, you had a chop block essentially called on the defense when it's almost always going to be called on the offense. So that will give the Wildcats the ball up at the 42-yard line. It looks like they have returned to quarterback Sal Palermo after a one-drive experiment with Powell.
There's Palermo, a flea flicker. It gets dropped. He's facing immediate pressure. No receivers in the area.
Yeah, that should be intentional grounding unless he left the pocket.
Tough to say. He might.
Yep. They have tossed the
yes,
flag.
They did.
Intentional grounding. Number 4, the offense. Penalties lost it down at the spot of the foul. Second down.
I don't think we can categorize that as a flea flicker. If it only gets halfway through, it's just a flea. and that's all that Palermo could do was flee from the defense and toss that one into no man's land. But that equates to being just as good as a sack. It's going to be a 14-yard loss, bringing up 2nd and 24. Essentially erasing on one play what you gained from the SAGU penalty.
Back to pass is Palermo. Steps up, lets it go deep down the sideline. Incomplete, out of bounds. It was brought in out there. Pretty good catch by Glenn White, but just could not keep the feet in bounds.
And that's the second time that post route going to the outside from Glenn White has connected, but both times he has stepped out of bounds before he's been able to get that foot in. So that route has shown a little bit of success for him, but it just runs him too close to the sideline.
That'll make it 3rd and 24.
SAGU showing blitz.
Back to pass is Palermo. They back off. He steps up. They start to bring the pressure. Looking down the sideline. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver. Again, looking for Glenn White. Could not bring it in. That makes it 4th and 24.
Had White caught it, he would have been shy of the first down. Well, even then, SAGU's defense doing their jobs. Once again, forcing Palermo out of the pocket. I don't know if he's completed a pass in the pocket tonight, how fast they have been getting to him.
Here comes the punting unit for the Wildcats, led by Mason Ingram.
SAGU almost sent too many men out onto the field. Pulled a guy off at the very last second.
Ingram gets the punt off. It is a high punt. Jalen Moss running underneath it. Trying to make some men miss. He does. Gets past the 40. Goes out of bounds past the 45-yard line. We'll see if they mark him. They mark him just shy of the 45 at the 43.
That is the end of the third quarter.
And you hear our head official. That is the end of the third quarter. Put your fours up. Here comes the fourth quarter. SAGU leading 13-0. Now with possession just shy of midfield. We'll see if they can drive down, put points up on the board, and make this a 3-possession game.
Yeah, any sort of points here. I guess a field goal would still technically be a 2-possession game. But when you're talking about 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions, let's at least call that a 2.5-possession game. And in a situation where the SAGU defense has now forced, I believe, 9 3-and-outs in this game. And that's factoring in a drive or two here and there where the Wildcats have gained a first down and then punted, or gained a first down exclusively by penalty and then had to punt without gaining another first down. Just sheer and utter defensive dominance through 3 quarters. There's not a point on the board, and outside of one drive, there hasn't even been a chance for points on the board for the Wildcats.
SAGU comes out. The field has been flipped. Briley Green on 1st and 10. Back to pass. Rolls out to his left. He's got a lot of green. He's going to throw it away at the last second.
He was working with Paul Odidi on the outside there, just hoping he could get away from his man, Benny Clark, who has 2 picks on the night. Nothing doing. And SAGU has a man down.
That is Khalil Jenkins. Away from the play, we could be seeing the heat and the humidity take into effect here.
Yeah, that looks like your 4th quarter cramp. That's exactly what it is. Get your water. Let me stretch out your calves here. You've been, and like I said, either these defenses are just that good, or somebody has secretly just put around 3 feet of mud on this turf that these guys are running through, because the offenses just have not had any room to work with. The only points scored here in the second half came on a drive that only netted a few yards, most of those gained by penalty and a field goal, set up by an interception. We're knotted at 2 apiece on the turnover tally.
2 interceptions. 2 picks from either team. And with 2 offenses that they've honestly thrown the ball so much tonight, and for it to be just a 13-0 ball game is kind of astounding. If you look at the final stat line for these quarterbacks, they're both probably approaching 40 attempted passes.
Both teams have played like they're behind, but that's because there's been no room to run.
Looking down to the sideline, rather. Brought in, gets both feet in bounds. That's Zach Fuller, the tight end coming in for Khalil Jenkins, just shy of that first down marker.
Defense.
And another roughing the passer penalty on the Wildcats will move SAGU down to the 30-yard line. Good read going to the corner there, laying it in for his tight end, starting to make those connections with his tight ends, Briley Green and Khalil Jenkins. And then the extracurriculars, the late hit, we've seen a number of those now on both teams. The 15-yard penalties are stacking up for both squads.
It's like Logan Brimmer was called for the roughing the passer penalty. That puts the ball at the 30-yard line. SAGU in very good position here after the penalty. 1st and 10, triple stack on the left, bunch formation for the Lions. Green back to pass, looking, he's got a man wide open. He's going to walk into the end zone. He found his man on the outside. That is Adrian Rowell, the senior. Snuck out into the flat, the wheel route, and the easiest pitch and catch for a touchdown that you're going to see all night.
It's like the defense just completely lost track of Rowell. You see 5 guys running underneath, and then SAGU's been cutting a lot of routes on those crossing routes and those quick slants. And that time, they run the guys inside. Every single defender follows them in. All Briley Green has to do is look outside. There's Rowell. And Briley Green has his first career collegiate touchdown pass.
The kick is up, and it's getting chippy here. We're getting a little bit of extracurricular here. They are separated. SAGU separates their own players here, trying to keep things clean. The extra point, amidst all of that, I missed it. It looks like it was good. Yeah. It ended up being good off the foot of Kieran Woodley, and there you see it, the replay.
And not a person near. I mean, there's at least 10 yards of separation between everyone there. I don't even know if you want to call it blown coverage. I think it's just everyone bit on the play, and they lost track of Rowell, a guy who hasn't been targeted a whole lot tonight. They just lost track of him. SAGU's been running most of their plays inside, trying to, go seam routes. And right there, maybe that's when you're so zoned in on stopping the tight ends that have been successful and keeping your eyes on Keaton Dudek. And with 14-19 left, that might have just blown this thing wide open as SAGU takes a 20-0 lead. And for an offense that has barely been able to piece together a first down, they have to find some way to put together 3 touchdowns in the next 14-19.
Woodley's kick is off, and it is a short one fielded at the 10. He finds a seam, gets tripped up just past the 30-yard line. That is number 14, Max Pardon.
So,
good tackle there by Patrick McGee.
If you're Louisiana Christian here now, and it feels like you've already thrown the kitchen sink at this thing. You tried a different quarterback. You're down 20-0 now with your prospects of victory here in week 1 vanishing quickly. What do you even dial up here? What are you even thinking at this point? Just go 4 wide, like they have trips down to the bottom, 1 man up top, and just throw Hail Marys?
At a certain point, you got to try something different because this SAGU secondary has been phenomenal, as well as the pass rush. The front 7 has played just as well. They flip it to the outside. Big hit from number 30 for SAGU. Patrick McGee, who just made the tackle on the kickoff, comes right back around and lays the wood on Todd Smith.
When the passes do get completed, sometimes I think the receivers wish they hadn't have been. SAGU has been literally punishing Louisiana Christian for every yard they've gained.
Palermo back to pass, deep drop, steps up, let's go across the middle. It's completed. Cannon Leon gets the first down, and I believe that is the longest completion of the night for Sal Palermo.
I can't imagine how it's not, as they do finally find some breathing room over the middle. Nice little seam route, as that is one of the few offensive plays we've seen from them that has gone for more than just 5 or 6 yards.
They do get the ball past midfield. Palermo back to pass. He rolls out to his right, looking for something to open up, throws a cross body. It's intercepted. SAGU's 3rd interception of the night. That is intercept number 29, Dylan Kaufman, the 3rd turnover for the SAGU defense.
And that's just a mistake you cannot make as a quarterback. There's nothing there. Your guy's blanketed short. At this point, you probably just need to tuck it and pick up a yard or 2, or throw it to where no one else can catch it. Throwing it across your body to the middle of the field, that's going to get intercepted 5 times more often than ever gets caught. And that interception, with still 13 minutes to play, but SAGU taking over, that might just be a sign that it's going to be too much tonight for Louisiana Christian to overcome. SAGU's defense, 3 interceptions, not a point allowed.
Green comes out, 3 bunch to his left. He's going to roll out to his left. He's going to let it go, and no one, even in the vicinity, takes a shot as he lets it go. The closest receiver was number 5, Colby Tanner.
SAGU still going to the air, up 20-0. There's still plenty of time to play, so you can't just, totally hand it off. But that's just a sign of how good, almost any other scenario where you have Keaton Dudek, with a 20-point lead in the 4th quarter, your only game plan is hand the ball off to Keaton Dudek. If you did that 3 times in a row now, it would more than likely be 3rd and 14. You need to try to pick up a first down or 2, I understand. And that's just a sign of how fierce this Wildcats defense has been.
They get the playoff with 1 on the play clock, steps up, completes it across the middle. He's got Keaton Dudek. Keaton past the 30, down past the 20, gets brought down from behind, down at the 5-yard line. And that's the play Keaton Dudek has been looking for all night. Got him on the old Texas route down the middle of the field, and a huge pitch and catch for Briley Green to Keaton Dudek.
Couldn't be more simple. Just rolls around. Everybody's distracted with the guys further down the field. Get it. Oh, almost lost the ball at the end there, but yeah, just get it to Keaton Dudek however you can. Down to the 8-yard line, the biggest offensive play gain for either team tonight, as SAGU is looking to turn this one into an out-and-out rout.
First and goal from the 8. Green just has to run away, just gets rid of it. Out past the end zone, was faced with immediate pressure. Had no time to do anything. It'll bring up second and goal.
Yeah, Wildcats still just bringing it on every single down, as Keaton Dudek will check out of the game along with Jordan Malone. Clock is stopped with 11:56 left to play.
Ty Aldridge entering the game for the first time tonight for the substituted Keaton Dudek.
It's giving a little bit of a breather, I think, to him.
They're going to swing it out. Screen pass to the outside. Paul O'Didi throws a stiff arm. Carries his defender into the end zone. Paul O'Didi from Briley Green. Touchdown Lions.
Great play call where if everybody does their jobs, it's undefendable. Two guys up front, lay the blocks, let your long receiver just put his hand out and coast into the end zone. And SAGU has completely opened things up here in the fourth quarter. Their second touchdown of the quarter. So after it took the complete length of 3 quarters to get to 13 points, it's only taken 3 minutes for SAGU to get to 14 points. And yeah,
these extra points have sure been interesting. A lot of scrumming going on here.
It's funny. I mean, you feel like these games, they get, chippier as you see the guys more often. But the guys that seen each other the least often have been the guys on the extra point unit. So I don't know why they're all fighting. So SAGU opens it up completely to 27-0. Completely in control of this ball game now, as the wear and tear might have finally worn down this Louisiana Christian defense. And you see Coach Ellis, he's not happy about that. He's glaring over there saying, we've already had our share of 15-yard penalties tonight. We don't need to be doing anything dumb on an extra point when we've put the game away. And it looks like somebody's going to get a little talking to, as SAGU will kick this one off, firmly in control.
27-0 lead here for SAGU as Kieran Woodley is on for the kickoff. And it's going to be another short kick, fielded just shy of the 10. Trying to make something happen here. Here's Pardon. Pardon gets taken down shy of the 25. And that is where the Wildcats will take over, down 27-0.
And after a night like this, it may feel like this is the longest trip of the year for the Louisiana Christian Wildcats. I've got bad news. It is far from it. They have 6 road games this year that, when you factor in the round trip mileage, will take them over 8,000 miles to 4 different states, including next week when they travel out to Florida to take on the Stetson Hatters, a Division I FCS club.
It does not get any easier, does it?
No, and so they have a lot. They'll have a lot to think about on this long drive home tonight, with a long drive next weekend as well, out to the Sunshine State. Again, to take on a Division I foe. They annually take on a Division I opponent. They faced Abilene Christian last year. And those arrangements, are beneficial for both squads. And I do think they can be very beneficial, even as you're facing, a more than likely defeat. They can hone you. But when you haven't been able to move the ball at all tonight, it's going to take a monumental effort to go against a Division I squad and put something together. As they quickly move to 3rd down here on 2 incompletions.
Palermo having a hard time finding it tonight. Cannot really get in any rhythm. Credit to the SAGU defense. They have been flying around the field. The coverage has been phenomenal. The pass rush has gotten home. Maybe not lighting up the stats with sacks, but they've forced a couple of rushes. They do it again here across the middle. That one's completed. That's a first down past the 45. finds his man, number 82, Terrence Williams Jr.
Looking at some stats right now. With always might need some updating as it goes down, but before that play, Louisiana Christian, 53 total plays for 27 total yards. Now up to 50 yards, so that was a big break for him.
Palermo across the middle. Is it intercepted? No, they said he did not come down with it. The tipped ball just snuck through the arms of SAGU defensive back Isaac Gowdy.
Thrown behind, and boy, Gowdy, yeah, it definitely trickled in there. You see it more there. SAGU, not a ton better, but I say not a ton better. 4.5 yards of play. That's not usually something that is going to light up a scoreboard. Most of those have come, though, in the last few minutes as they flip the script here.
Here's Palermo on 2nd and 10. Lets it go. Finds his man across the middle. Again, that is Terrence Williams Jr. 2 first down receptions for Williams. Moves the chains here for the Wildcats.
Little bit of facing probably a little bit of a softer SAGU defense now. At this point, the quest for the game has to be avoid the double-digit yards mark. That's always the sign that you were just demolished.
Speed option. It is blown up. Nothing doing. Who else? Damaris Herron blows that play up from the start, and to clean it up was number 30, Patrick McGee, who's had a couple of really good tackles tonight. Now Damaris Herron looks like he's down after that play.
You don't want to see that. You really, really hope that that's just cramping. I think somebody might have just asked him, are you cramping? He says, yeah, it is. Because whenever you see a guy go down from a non-contact injury,
it's always the first question.
Your heart gets to your throat. You say, hey, is it just a cramp? Are you going to be like, you going to be fine? You going to be fine? Because we need you fine. Because you have been in on the vast majority of our plays. Sal Palermo, 9 of 33 passing for just 65 yards, 2 interceptions.
I'm honestly surprised it's only 33 attempts.
Briley Green has crossed 40. He is at 18 completions on 41 attempts. Is up to 237 yards now thanks to a couple of those big plays late. 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, get this one. Keaton Dudek, 14 attempts for 7 yards. A masterclass. However, Keaton Dudek, especially with help of that 53-yard catch right there, 7 catches for 106 yards. He'll get you.
Either way. Yep,
somehow.
Either way.
But still, 14 carries for 7 yards is, I don't know how you could do it any better.
2nd and 19 after the big tackle for loss. Here's Palermo. Palermo facing pressure. Down goes Palermo. In for the sack. Jalen Moss blitzing from the corner position. And he gets home. Jalen Moss just makes plays defensively in special teams. He is a gamer on defense. And that makes it 3rd and a mile.
And he's a big part of that speed you need to be a frightening 3-4 defense. And it sure feels like the move is working right now as these speedy guys like Herron and Moss come off the edges. Keandre Belcher eats up the middle. They've been feasting tonight.
Back to pass is Palermo trying to go down the middle of the field. It's brought in, and he's going to be down at the original line of scrimmage. Pass brought in by Taj Smith. That makes it 4th and 10.
And they will stay on the field. No reason not to. This has been by far their best offensive drive of the half, but it's facing 4th down now.
They get SAGU to jump, but gets back just in time. 4th and 10. You want to take your time here. If you want any shot at any sort of comeback, you have to convert on this 4th down. 8.5 left to go in the 4th quarter. Back to pass is Palermo facing pressure. Let's go across the middle. It's tipped and incomplete. Getting a hand on it was number 43, Christopher Bakos. And that is a turnover on downs. And SAGU will take over on the 43-yard line.
8.5 remaining, and all that's left now is to run the clock to zeros. And I imagine this time around we'll see some heavier focus on the rushing. Even if you get thrown for losses 3 times in a row, this is just about running the clock out. Colby Tanner into the game now as well. Not a receiver we've seen much tonight.
Had a couple of targets from Briley Green.
And they will keep Keaton Dudek out of the game.
Back to pass is Green. He's going to roll out to his right, and he's going to heave it deep and long. It's a wobbler, and it's going to be intercepted. 3rd interception of the game. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Cole Jones. I thought it was Benny Clark, the 3rd at first. Cole Jones brings in the interception, the 3rd pick thrown by Briley Green. And you got to kind of scratch your head at the play call there.
I feel like what this more than likely is, coming from Coach Ellis, is that you don't get a preseason. You don't get a preseason. You've got the game safely in the bag now. You typically would just run the clock out, but you have a quarterback making his first career start in college, that is. He needs the playing time. He needs the playing time. He didn't get it under Jordan Barlow as a red shirt, so you need to have him take plenty of snaps. That's a decision you can't be making in a game, any other game that's not 27-0 as the clock winds down.
Here's Palermo on 1st down. He's going to roll out to his right. Flings it incomplete. Was facing pressure brought on by Joseph Chavez. We do have a flag in the area of holding. Right at the line of scrimmage, I should say. And that's
hard
you
hit.
Saw that on your screen.
Yeah. And that ball.
15 yards from the previous spot. Automatic. 1st down.
Christopher Bakos gets called on the blindside block. You saw it on your screen. It was a hit.
Yeah, more than likely, I would just categorize that as just a straight-up unnecessary roughness. Not even close to the play, just laying into a guy who, as the ball's getting thrown away, they call the blindside block.
Palermo throws it back across his body. I'm not sure how he's even able to get that pass off. Was facing pressure by Zach Nelson. It falls incomplete.
You just got to feel for Palermo. Early on in the game, it looked like he was on the verge of clicking. It looked like he was throwing some real nice passes. Now he's just worn completely out. You can always do things better. And I'm sure if you talk to him post-game, he'd list all things he can do better. But when you'd have no time to throw and no open receivers, it's like trying to hit a bullseye when your gun has no bullets.
Facing pressure again. He's able to get it completed out to the flat. Finds his man, number 82, on the outside. That's going to be Terrence Williams, Jr.
Even then, though, only a gain of 3 as SAGU throws him off his feet and he surrenders some of the yards he had gained. As we've crossed the midway point here in the 4th quarter.
Third and 7. Palermo back to pass. Looks like he might have a free play. Goes deep down the field. There is a flag. I think they're going to get SAGU for being offsides here, which would make it 3rd and 2.
Give him another crack at this. Right now, pretty much the only
defense. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
The only really thing left for debating right now is whether or not Louisiana Christian will find their way onto the scoreboard. And as a SAGU defense, they are thirsty for that shutout right now.
Back to pass is Palermo. He steps up, lets it go. Incomplete behind the intended receiver, Terrence Williams, Jr. It's going to bring up 4th down and 2. It seems like a pretty easy decision to keep the offense on the field here.
And Palermo really should have just taken that one. I'm pretty sure he had more than enough real estate to pick up the first down on the ground. Wide throw, though, and it brings up 4th down. Going with the hard count. If you can get it that way, try. No harm in trying.
Sal Palermo on 4th down. He's going to hand it off. SAGU's defense up to the task. Another turnover on downs. They were ready for the handoff and stuffed it. Got a yard, needed 2. And SAGU will take back over on offense.
It is so much of an indication how this night goes that the SAGU's defense reaction was muted there. In any other situation, even in a game that's kind of gotten out in hand, if you make a big stop like that on 4th and 2, 4th and 2 is what the offense is supposed to convert. When you make a stop like that, usually you're all over the place. You're fist pumping everything. This has been so out of control defensively. New quarterback in for the Lions. Caleb Welch is going to get some playing time here.
Sophomore quarterback stands at 6'2", has Keaton Dudick in the backfield. Sends a man in motion, Adrian Rowell. And he's going to hand it off to Dudick. Dudick up the middle. I believe that's his longest rush of the night, 6 yards.
At least for Dudick, he still has the all-purpose yards in the bag right now. He crossed over 2,000 last year, but any quest to be the NAIA leading rusher, there's a limited number of games out there, and one game like this is probably going to disrupt that to be the leading rusher back-to-back years. I think he'll be okay with a huge Week 1 victory, however, and still very much a facet of this offense. The spark that started that first touchdown and, was pretty much in on every drive.
Hands it off to Dudick again. Dudick running hard. He's going to have enough for the first down. It's going to be close. They're going to call him just. Nope, they are going to move the chains. Enough for a first down is Keaton Dudick.
Just gets down to the 39-yard line. That'll move the chains, keep the clock moving as SAGU looks to officially salt this one away.
First and 10 here for the Lions. Welch still in at quarterback. Welch hands it off to Dudick. Dudick cuts back. Not a lot of running room that time. He's going to get 1 on first down.
And it keeps the clock moving, and that's all the Lions need right now. And a lot to clean up after this one. You had penalties. Quarterback play was far from what you needed, but it was definitely good enough tonight. On defense, the only thing I'd say to clean up is just the occasional penalty or 2. Other than that, and luckily for them, they have a coach that will, in fact, let them know everything they did wrong. They need to be better. Now, up against scrubs, and so pitching but surprise Arizona to take on Ottawa pretty quickly. Result of that will let us know.
7, Dudick gets the call. 6.
Already touched on this. Cats, sharing information. The Sooner has that can dictate the game. ball. That is
the 20-yard line.
game. Don't come near me. I feel like all of these DBs, all these corners, when they get their opportunity, they are very much okay with putting their bodies on the line. So Louisiana Christian is going to trot out for the punt, which will just about do it, barring them wanting to prolong this game any further. SAGU will be able to.
They
goodness.
muffed the kick, but it is hauled back in. Gave us a little bit of a heart attack, did Justin Campbell, but he's able to haul it back in, and SAGU will come back out on offense. You got to think they will run the ball 3 straight times, and that will do it for the Wildcats and SAGU here in the home/season opener for the SAGU Lions.
And you can't compare season to season. But last year, this game came down to the final seconds with Jordan Barlow tossing a touchdown. Louisiana Christian, he came into the season with some high hopes, some high expectations of flipping that 4-7 to 7-4. SAGU coming right back out, same time, same teams, and running away with it 27-0. Holding without really a challenge. One drive did the Wildcats even threaten. Other than that, pure dominance.
And there is the first down carry. And it doesn't look like the Wildcats sideline will call in their timeout, so that will effectively, after one more play, will effectively end this game. And SAGU will start the season with a win. Coach Greg Ellis gets his first win under his belt here in the Sooner Athletic Conference. You got to remember, he did coach at Texas College last season, went winless. But here he comes into Waxahachie and gets that first Sooner Athletic Conference win under his belt, 27-0. The defense pitching a shutout.
And, it's funny, we were talking to him. He's a North Carolina alum, the all-time North Carolina leading sack guy. And I was talking because they beat Appalachian State 63-61 today. And I mentioned that game, and he was happy they won, but he was like, oh, yeah, terrible defense. So if you'd given him the option of what kind of game he wanted to win, I bet you it looked far more like this with his defense pitching the shutout, his offense doing just enough, getting some big plays late, making some big breakthroughs when it mattered most early in the game. SAGU rolls away with this one to move to 1-0 on the season and 1-0 in the conference.
It's always good to start the season off with a win. And a win that I want to say, at least on the defensive side of the ball, came in just dominating fashion. The defense was just suffocating all night long, not just in the running game, but the passing game. There were not a lot of open receivers, and we saw a quarterback who had a pretty good season last year in Sal Palermo was just ineffective this game. This SAGU defense, again, it's game one. You're still very early in the season, but it just feels like this defense is the real deal.
I mean, you're playing a team that won 4 games last year. This is not a team that is on some multi-year winless streak. You held them to 11 for 39 passing. That's less than 33%. Held them to a total of 72 yards on 67 plays. That is an average of 1.1 yard a play, barely gaining a yard every single play. So even when your offense only puts up 280 yards, the last 15 minutes of this game were purely extracurricular. It did not matter because of how good your defense was, including 3 interceptions across the board. A defensive masterclass where my only note that drops it, I wouldn't even say from an A+ to an A, from a 100 to a 99 is just you got to watch those penalties. Those penalties will sting you later on this year. Other than that, defensive masterclass. Offense, you need to figure out, Briley Green needs to get more under his belt. He's close. It does feel like he's close to it. The offense does not feel miles away. It feels feet away.
The one of the downsides is your defense comes away with 3 interceptions. You still finish net 0 on the turnover differential after the game. You definitely want to clean that up. You don't want to ever be net 0. You want to be positive. You want to have more turnovers forced than turnovers given away. I think that'll get cleaned up. Briley Green, a freshman, redshirt freshman, just kind of getting his feet in the water here in the Sooner Athletic Conference. He passes the eye test. He looks comfortable in the pocket. He can break the pocket if need be. He looks like he's got the arm to make those throws deep down the field and especially across the middle of the field, which I think is an area of the field that is heavily underutilized more often than not here in the Sooner Athletic Conference. You don't see many people go into the middle of the field. He looks like he's got the arm strength to do it. He definitely passes that eye test in what you want as a quarterback.
I would say the problems he has, you need to fix with a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. And that's a good place to start with a redshirt freshman. You don't need a ton to really fix him necessarily. Nothing necessarily even inherently wrong with him. It was all off by a foot or two here and there. As you see head coach Greg Ellis there getting to give his team a well-deserved victory speech. Like I said, his SAGU coaching debut. Played a long time just down the road for the Dallas Cowboys, and he gets his head coaching first win. Looking at some more stats here on the individual front. Briley Green's final numbers on his first start: 18 for 42 for 237 yards, 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He did pick up 22 yards on the ground as well. Meanwhile, Keaton Dudek, not the night you'd expect from him on the ground. 18 carries for 19 yards, but 106 yards receiving. Looking around the Sooner Athletic Conference here, obviously earlier today, Hardin-Simmons ran away with it against Langston, against Wayland, as did Langston and Ottawa, Arizona. They scored huge blowout wins. Meanwhile, Texas Wesleyan and Arizona Christian still duking it out. That will go a little bit longer. At the moment, though, SAGU shoots to the top of the Sooner Athletic Conference standings, along with a couple of other teams at 1-0 in conference. Looking ahead on the SAGU Sports Network broadcast schedule, volleyball. Nationally ranked, approaching top 10. Hank Moore has got himself a squad this year. And we're going to go down sideline now as Jazz Williams is ready with victorious head coach Greg Ellis. Take it away, Jazz.
Adam, Coach, how does it feel to have your first win as SAGU's head coach to be 3 interceptions as well as a shutout?
Yeah. It was good. The guys played real good. We still didn't start as fast as I would like for us to start, but they did respond. It took us a while to wake up and get going, and so it's something for us to build off of. We got a lot of things to learn, but it's of course better and easier to learn after a win. But we do have a long way to go.
Going off what you said with that late start, the delay did have a little bit of emphasis on that. How did you get this team back focused in, ready to play, and then eventually win tonight's game?
Well, I attribute our coaches. They did a good job keeping the guys ready. Our football players, they step up. They are becoming mature and understand, delays, issues happen, but life goes on, football goes on, and so they responded good to it tonight.
27 points put up tonight by the offense. How would you evaluate their performance?
It was not where I like to see it to be. Like I said, obviously you win the football game, so you're excited about that. But I think it's important to make sure you have to look at reality and call a spade a spade. Late in the game offense, we moved the ball and had some good things to happen for us. But for too long in the game, we didn't move the ball good enough. So we still, as I said, got a lot of work to do.
Thanks, Coach, and congratulations. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Jazz, and thank you, Coach Ellis. So again, looking ahead at our upcoming SAGU Sports Network broadcast, we have a volleyball doubleheader next Friday and Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m. As I said, a nationally ranked powerhouse that Hank Moore has at the moment. You want to check that out. Then we will be back here at Lumpkin Stadium three weeks from today, 6 p.m. on Saturday, September 24th against the Arizona Christian Firestorm. We've called a number of those games, Adam and I, and not a one of them has not been spectacular, so you do not want to miss that one. SAGU will come into that game after a trip to Ottawa, Arizona. As always, of course, you can watch today's game along with hundreds of other on demand anytime on SAGU Sports Network's YouTube channel. Be sure to like this video and hit that subscribe button. For game notes, news, highlights, and more, follow the SAGU Sports Network on Twitter and Facebook. Your final score again, the SAGU Lions 27 and the Louisiana Christian Wildcats 0. 90% of our crew at the SAGU Sports Network is made up of college students perfecting their craft, learning everything they need to know here. It's where I started. It's where we all started. It's an amazing broadcast, and we want to thank them for putting on undoubtedly the best sports broadcast in the NAIA week in and week out. I'm Tim Roberts alongside Adam Ferguson on behalf of our silent reporter Jazz Williams and our entire crew. So long from Waxahachie and your 1-0 SAGU Lions, and thank you for watching the SAGU Sports Network.
you.